on to our next presentation. So that'll be for Pamesh. Oh, we are live streaming now, just so everybody knows. And so thanks, Mika Yonke, just pop that in the chat. Pamesh, there was a request also in the chat box that if you are happy to, you can share your contact details. So thank you very much. We'll move on to our next presenter, which is Inqaba Biotec. We have a lot to do with them at the university. They were established in 2002, and the Inqaba Biotec has positioned itself as Africa's genomic company. An interesting thing given the pandemic we're in. And it provides tour services as well to researchers in Africa, which is interesting. So we are going to hear a little bit more about what Inqaba Biotec does. So I'm going to hand over to Pule to tell us more.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Let me quickly share my screen. Okay, perfect. And thank you again for the opportunity, Christine. To everyone, my name is Pule Shabalala, and I represent Inqaba Biotec. And yes, we are Africa's genomics company. So shortly about Inqaba Biotec, I'm just going to share the next screen, which is the timeline, basically. Inqaba was inceptualized in the year 2000, but only founded in year 2002. That's when we started opening our doors. And next year, of course, we will be celebrating 20 years in the industry. In the sub-Saharan region alone, Inqaba now employs over 120 people. And we have subsidiaries, of course, in East and West Africa, as you can see there on the timeline, that our East African subsidiary, which was the one that was opened first, and that happened in the year 2010. And 4 years later, we opened a subsidiary, of course, in Nigeria, West Africa. And subsequent to that, we have opened a lot of offices also in those regions, but they still report to our subsidiaries who also report to us. Our headquarters are in PRIS, where I'm presenting from. The company has basically two arms, like how I would like to describe it. The one arm will be the lab services side, where we have products that I will talk about shortly, a little bit later. And then we have the distribution side, where we keep a few international brands that we offer to all the lab researchers and diagnostics labs, pharmaceutical labs, to mention a few. So this is the picture below, the black and white one is one of the images or other pictures that was taken some time ago of Inqaba staff members. This, I think we had like a little over 40, just under 40. But we have since grown. The building behind, the green building, I think it's on the top right. That green building, we still are there, but we have also built other structures where our labs now are. And if you can see that image on this image here, this is where most of our labs are situated. And just to show a few of the international brands that we hold, we have brands like New England Biolabs, Zymo Research, Eppendorf being one of the most popular ones, Agena Biosciences, and PacBio. And just a brief background on these brands. New England Biolab, they are based, of course, in the USA, and they supply a lot of PCR reagents or PCR kits and enzymes that are used by lab researchers. We have seen some of our products from there as well being used in COVID-related projects. Because of protocols, I'm not going to mention the researchers or the company that are using these brands, but it's quite a big popular brand, and we have big names now moving into New England Biolabs, and they're finding the products from there very useful in their research. And Inqaba Biotec is the exclusive distributor in Sub-Saharan, or rather in Africa. And next to it, we have Zymo Research. So for those who don't know Zymo Research, they specialize a lot in sample collection. First, if you're collecting samples from any site and you want to isolate or extract nucleic acid, this could be your DNA or your RNA from any sample. It could be your viral samples, it could be bacterial samples. fungal samples, it could be blood, animal sample, you name it, we can extract the nucleic acid for you, of course, using kits from Zymo Research. And of course, we have seen those being widely used for the storage of a lot of RNA samples that has been extracted for COVID-related research. Because, you know, RNA is a very volatile, unstable molecule that needs special storing conditions. So we also source that from Zymo. They have a few offices, but the one we're dealing with is in Germany. And we have next Eppendorf. Of course, most of their products, we are not yet, or rather, I forgot to mention, for Zymo Research, we are still the exclusive distributor in Africa. So if you need any Zymo products, you're welcome to reach out to Inqaba Biotec. We also have Eppendorf. Unfortunately, here we share distributorship with two other companies in sub-Saharan Africa, but they specialize a lot in instrumentations. They have a lot of consumables, your tubes, your tips, your cell culture consumables that you find in the labs as well. And most interesting is the Pack Bio brand. So this brand is for data sequencing. So you have now isolated your COVID RNA sample, but in order for you to make sense of it, you have to sequence. And of course, we have the Pack Bio platform, which is, the full name is Pacific Biosciences. They are based as well in the USA. And Inqaba Biotec is the sole distributor, the exclusive distributor of this brand. We have now placed one at the NICD. We have one instrument that is currently running for the sequencing project as well at the NICD. And we will be placing one in Nigeria because there has been a huge demand for that. And here at Inqaba headquarters in Pretoria, we are actually running a couple of samples as I speak. So we have currently 3 of these in the country, or 2 rather in the country, and one is going to our West Africa subsidiary. But the next I want to talk about is the services department. So here we have now labs at Inqaba Biotec that run some of these services. So researchers, diagnostic labs, they approach us for some of the services that we offer here. Here being the oligo synthesis service. Here using this machine, we call this the Mermaid. And it has been a silent hero because most of the community has been hearing about PCR COVID tests, for example. And in most cases, and I say most cases, for the PCR COVID test to be done, you need primers. And we at Inqaba Biotec synthesize primers for customers or researchers. We are still the only company in Africa that does the service locally. There is another company that is distributing or supplying primers, but they are sourcing them internationally. But in Inqaba Biotec, since we are based in Pretoria and servicing a lot of customers here, we have a record time in producing and supplying these primers. And as I said, this is done at our, or rather here in our Pretoria headquarters. This machine has capacity to synthesize over 1,000 specialized primers and probes per day. So we can do quite a lot of primers for our customers in 24 hours. And we have a turnaround time for standard primers. We have a 3-day turnaround time because we still have to put them through QC to make sure that they're all working well. Our next service, of course, is SANRAL sequencing. This one is quite popular as well because after the researchers has done all the isolation, they want to sequence and understand how the sample or the genetic in its genetic form looks like. So we have a sequencing service where we also assist our customers in synthesizing or even identifying some of samples they may have in their projects or in their programs. In this service, it is highly complemented by our NGS, so SNP, SANRAL sequencing is for short DNA reads. And as I say, it's complemented by our NGS platform, which is for the long genomic reads. Also, we have master array SNP genotyping. So this is all for the customers who are studying SNPs, which is single nucleotide polymorphosis. If you have any SNPs that you want to study, any mutations that you are looking into, we have a service, of course, complemented by our Agena Biosciences master array instruments that you see on the image below. So this is how the complete set will look. The samples will be loaded here on this instrument. I'm not sure if everybody can see this, but the samples will be processed first and loaded on this side. And this instrument uses time and flight, where it can detect which of the nucleic acid or the nucleotides is or can be detected in your samples. And all of that, of course, the reading or the data generated would appear on the computer there in the center. And our scientist, our specialist now, who is responsible for the service, Dr. Aruna Bira, will be also doing the analysis and making sense of the data being generated here. And of course, yes, our next generation, this is how the PacBio, very interesting instrument, I can tell you that. This is how it looks like. The image is a little bit compressed, vertically. So it's a lot shorter than it should be looking. It's a little bit taller than that, of course. Now we have a lot of projects running, of course, as we speak now in this instrument, and we are happy to get more. So, and that is the end of our presentation. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you, Pule. Do we have any questions? I think that we will just be able to take one live question. And Pule, there is a question in the chat box. So if you would like me to read that one, I'm happy to do that. Okay, it doesn't look like we have any live questions.
Okay.
So Ibrahim asked if there are institutions, says there are institutions outside South Africa that would benefit from your services. Have you ever made any efforts to reach out to them? And they also may want to order directly from you in RSA. How do you have mechanisms for shipping of materials outside of South Africa? And then if you could just answer the next question in the chat and we'll move on.
Okay, cool. So to quickly answer that, thank you so much for that question. And yes, the South African headquarters is responsible for the SADC region. So all of the customers that are in the SADC countries can contact us directly. And we have two teams. It's either you can do that via a representative that is situated in one of the offices. We have an office in Zimbabwe, in Namibia, and as I said, for most of the, in Swaziland as well. We have offices there, or rather we have reps that you can contact us via, or you can use our info account, info email. It's going to come straight to us, and we have a team of 4 people that are manning our info email address and very responsive. And if it's any client that is in the East or the West region, we have our subsidiaries that is happy to also quickly attend to your needs. We have been experiencing a little bit of trouble with importing samples now. These are biologic samples from our subsidiaries. So that's why we have rather opted to build labs now in the subsidiaries. So all of our customers can take the samples directly there. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Great, thanks, Pule. Mfunda, I see you have your hand up, but we need to move on to our next presenter. So I'm going to ask if you could please pose your question in the chat, and Pule or Katleho will be happy to answer it. And there's another question there from Linda for you guys. So if you could see to those. Our next organization, thanks so much, Pule, it is so interesting. The next organization that we'll be hearing from is Lasec. So also quite technical. Lasec has for 75 years been supplying quality, dependable solutions and services to the laboratory and scientific community. With more than 80 scientifically trained and qualified personnel, they bring years of practical laboratory, engineering and teaching experience to your aid if you need them. Education and research are fundamental to Lasec, and they are the reasons that they provide strong product application and technical support to customers at universities across South Africa, so not just us. So I'm going to hand over to our Lasec representatives now, and Joanne will tell us more.
Thanks, Christine, and thanks for the opportunity for letting us present today. I'm not going to do a presentation, but I'm going to let our Lasec marketing team do the speaking for us. And I'm going to hand over to the organizers if they can just play our video for us. And then if there's any questions during the item, my colleague Bruce Pillay will be answering any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Founded in 1945 and operating out of South Africa with our head office here in Cape Town, Lasec has for the last 75 years been supporting customers both in South Africa and the rest of Africa with dependable laboratory and scientific solutions. We work across public and private healthcare, tertiary, research and manufacturing communities. Our office space has recently been renovated. We've raised the floor to accommodate for additional warehousing space below. Our open product and sales floor allows for easy collaboration between our teams, ensuring quick turnaround times on inquiries. You'll see some open desks here. That is because in order to ensure that we safeguard our staff from transmitting COVID, we are limiting the number of people in the office daily. Our support teams, IT, finance, marketing, tenders, and logistics are all centrally located here at our head office. To ensure sustainability and self-reliance, our facilities are fully equipped with an independent filtered borehole water supply and power generators. We have also installed a solar energy system. We have multiple collaborative spaces available. These examples are pre-COVID and explain the lack of face masks. Our auditorium is the perfect space for on-site workshops and seminars with our customers and suppliers. Our meeting areas are equipped with state-of-the-art video conferencing technology, which allows us to easily connect to all over the world. Our demonstration rooms, both in Cape Town and Johannesburg, are fully equipped to host customers for a hands-on experience with our products. Whether you are troubleshooting and need our expertise, or if there's a new instrument you are keen to try out, we have the facilities to accommodate this. With just under 8,000 square meters of warehousing space, we work closely with our partners to ensure stock availability. Our supply chain is optimized to land stock at the best possible price, but is agile to allow for expedited shipments. Our product teams monitor the market to anticipate demand trends, and we then forecast accordingly. Our cold storage facilities are monitored remotely 24 hours a day, which means that we're able to react immediately should a problem arise. Our 24 service engineers and technicians are well experienced and highly qualified. We have 3 NSF 49 accredited engineers trained at the highest level of biological safety. This equips our teams to validate, service and repair all major brands of safety cabinets to ensure the protection of users. We are ISO 17025 accredited for volume, temperature and mass metrology, allowing us to calibrate pipettes, balancers, and temperature equipment ranging from ultra-low freezers to ovens and even furnaces. Our logistics team handle both our inbound and outbound shipments from and to all over the world. We have representatives from our freight forwarding partners on site who support the quick handling of shipments. At Lasec, we facilitate higher learning, maximizing the potential of our employees. We have to date assisted 84 of our Lasec family to reach their dreams of a better education. Our intern program for aspiring young professionals with a passion for science has mentored 38 South Africans, of which Lasec has permanently employed 12. A quick overview of our core business units. Consumables. An extensive stock holding ensures the availability of essential everyday consumable products. We work closely with our customers on demand forecasting. Depending on your quality and price point pressures, we have multiple tiers of product available. Laboratory instruments. Our experience, buying power, and strong relationships with manufacturers brings world-class technology to end users cost-effectively. We offer a wide range of instruments applicable to a variety of laboratory environments. We also offer installation, setup, and end-user training as well as preventative maintenance and servicing. Biotechnology. Our range extensively covers RNA, DNA, and protein purification. Our PCR solutions include technology for endpoint, real-time, and droplet digital PCR. We offer a wide range of immunoassays for clinical and veterinary uses. This includes ELISA kits, rapid diagnostic tests, and customizable tests for urinalysis and drugs of abuse. We also offer a wide range of microscopy stains and staining equipment to cover all fields of biology. Sample collection. We work with global funding partners on addressing sample collection needs throughout Africa, primarily for the diagnosis and viral load monitoring of HIV. Our kit packing facility here in Cape Town is ISO 13485 accredited. We also pack sample collection kits for HPV, TB, and COVID. These are 100% customizable. Laboratory furniture. Our team design, manufacture, and install fit-for-purpose customized lab furniture, considering the application to ensure optimized workflow. Manufactured locally and shipped flat-packed all over Africa, our teams also support on installation. Lasec education. We manufacture mobile lab kits and science products for schools who don't have access to laboratories, giving little scientists hands-on experience. Offering educator training ensures these experiments are delivered with confidence and safely. We have offices in all South African major city centres, as well as additional support in outlying areas. Our international team actively supports sub-Saharan Africa and even beyond the continent in developing nations. Our sales teams and end users are supported by product managers who make up our consumables, instrument, and biotechnology teams. These product managers are experienced in lab environments and have received extensive training from our manufacturing partners. Welcome to Lasec.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if there's been any questions, but that will be it for my presentation. Bruce and I, just as a side, Bruce and I do handle the UKZN account between the two of us. So if there's anything that anybody needs, it's between Bruce and myself. We're the ones that will answer any of your queries as far as that goes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jan. I see there's one question from Edward in the chat box about entry-level jobs or research positions at Lasec and whether that is part of what you offer.
So we do have entry-level, but I'm not sure of any programs going at the moment. But if anybody is interested in joining Lasec, send me their details and I'll find out about the program more in detail.
Great, thanks, Jan and Bruce. If anyone is looking for your contact details, I don't know if you're happy to share those in the chat box if people do want to get in touch. I see Edward's asking about opportunities in chemistry, so he might be in touch with you himself. Great, thank you. It was a great video.
Thank you very much.
Hear more about Lasec. Thanks, Jan.
Thank
Our
you.
next presenter is Metrohm. So Metrohm is one of the world's most trusted manufacturers of high precision instruments for, sorry, let me just open that again, for chemical analysis. Metrohm was founded in 1943 by engineer Curacao, Switzerland. And Metrohm is the global market leader in analytical instruments for titration, instruments for ion chromatography, voltammetry, conductivity, and stability measurements to make their portfolio for ion analysis complete. Near-infrared and Raman spectroscopy is another strongly growing segment of their portfolio. So that sounds very interesting. I want to hear more, so I'm going to hand over to Adrian and we'll share your slides.
Thank you, Christina. I'll wait my slides to come up, but while that is coming up, let me just introduce myself quickly. My name's Adrian. I'm the regional manager for Metrohm South Africa. I'm based here in KwaZulu-Natal. And we have our head office in Johannesburg, another office in Cape Town, and our headquarters is in Herisau, Switzerland. So thank you, Christine, for that introduction. Now I'm going to attempt in the next 5 to 7 minutes to explain something that would normally take me a few days. So bear with me on that. Like Christine just mentioned, Metrohm is one of the world's most trusted manufacturers of high precision instruments for chemical analysis. And we analyze from a simple hydronium ion. So if you're doing a pH measurement, you simply are analyzing an hydronium ion. And we can go to very complex heavy metals, transitional elements, or even speciation. And what's more interesting is we can even go right down to nano levels. And we accomplish this by having instruments in our portfolio that include ion chromatography, voltammetry, conductivity, stability measurements, instruments, and titration. And I'll probably just give you a brief overview of part of our portfolio because time would not permit me to be too lengthy on these things. But just to mention, we've also do supply near infrared and Raman spectroscopy, which is also strongly growing in one of our portfolios. So in short, we supply the full range of ion analysis. And as Christine mentioned, we were founded in 1943 by an engineer called Bertel Sinner in Switzerland. So, you know, Switzerland, they're very precise, very accurate, especially Swiss chocolates, Swiss watches. So the same sort of ideology goes into the instrumentation. They're quite finicky, they're quite precise, and they're full of quality. And today you can find Metrohm in probably over 80 countries in the world with its own subsidiaries and exclusive distributors. Next slide, please. Or you can go to the next slide. So Metrohm has, at least, if I have to divide our portfolio, I'll divide it between research and routine analysis. And I think research always gets the university attention much more. So just showing you a slide of the various research equipment we have, especially with electrochemistry. We cover everything from potentiostats, galvanostats to accessories and software. Electrochemistry does play an important role in groundbreaking technologies such as battery research or fuel cells and photovoltaics. And so by using PG stats, the value can be specified by the user. That means whatever applied potential or current he wants to apply. And this is accurately controlled anytime during the measurement. Our electrochemistry portfolio ranges from portable instruments to modular systems for full flexibility, and also multi-channel workstations allowing a number of experiments to be performed simultaneously. Our new Spelec instruments include all that you need for spectro-electrochemistry. We have potentiostats or galvanostats. We include a spectrometer and a light source. These are all integrated into one instrument, which is controlled by a single dedicated software. You can thus obtain all the relevant data from a single source and in one software. So for more information on this, please do not hesitate to contact either myself or my colleague who is in this chat. Her name is Leanne. And we can obviously provide you much more applications and information on this. So some of the typical applications for Spelec instruments would be if you want to identify and check chemical structures, if you want to check surface characterizations of new materials in photovoltaics and batteries, if you want to determine oxidation states in organic and inorganic compounds, if you want to follow electrocatalyst reactions optically, or simply if you want to improve the limit of detection. And this is where we would use our surface enhanced Raman spectroscopy or SERS. Next slide, please. Staying within this range, we have a lab instrument, which also can be used online, which is voltammetry. And voltammetry is an electrochemical method used for the determination of trace and ultra-trace concentrations of heavy metals and other electrochemically active substance. It's basically like an AA or an ICP, but much more economical. And practically, you can even go down from the table you see in front of you, right down to the PPT levels. And So some of our customers require to test PPT levels, especially for arsenic or lead or mercury in water or in effluents. Thus, instruments become very helpful in that. Next slide, please. Our expertise in spectroscopy goes back to more than 50 years. And this is inclusive of NIR or Raman spectroscopy. This is a nice instrument when you want quick, non-destructive analysis. Within a minute or two, you can get results by simply scanning your sample. And it gives you a scan, and within a minute or two, you can get results. And that's just with Raman and NIR. And we can provide you with more information on that. We also supply ion chromatography systems, which analyze anions and cations, even down to the PPT levels. And we have various sample preparation techniques to allow us to detect at such low levels. Of course, Metrohm is quite known for its titration systems. We are market leaders in titration. And a few years ago, if you look at the picture on the top right of the presentation, that's our Omnis platform for titration, which we have launched, which has, and we boast this, that no other titrator in the market has the flexibility, capability, capacity, or modularity that Omnis provides. It's the leader in its technology. And we say this because we can actually do up to 4 parallel titrations in an automated system. And if you want to do 5, you can have the 5th one on a standalone system. And you can run this simultaneously, and as much as 175 samples can be racked on with interchangeable sample racks. Next slide, please. So whatever we can do in the lab, we can also replicate this in the plant. And Metrohm also has online systems. So if you think of your SAPIs and your Sasols, that has to have processes done in the plant with engineers and operators running these systems who are not so skilled or maybe not qualified to analyze a lab instrument, use a lab instrument to analyze. We now place robust plant analyzers into your plant processes that gives you live analysis, on-the-spot analysis, as long as the analysis takes, that's how quick you get a turnaround time for your results. This saves times for processes where the sample has to be taken from the process, gone to the lab, wait for the lab to give an analysis or a result, and then come back to the process. Lots of valuable time is lost in this time. And so what we do is we place these analyzers in the plant to give you live analysis that is connected directly to a plant DCS. Our instruments, next slide, please. And my final slide, as I try to fight time. Our instruments and services are not available from dealers. We are sole suppliers and sole supporters of the instrument. So it is always you and your local Metrohm sales representative or service engineer or application specialist that have the know-how for our equipment. We speak your language. We are professionals like you. All of our guys have degrees and diplomas and are qualified engineers or chemists in their own right. And we most likely know what you want. And if we don't have what you want, because of our many years in industry, we are able to tailor-make solutions to you. So if you face any analytical challenge, or if you're interested in any type of research, please do contact us. We will find a solution for you amongst the thousands of applications in our database. If you can't find it there, we will develop it for you. So simply just trust Metrohm to provide you with a solution for your analytical needs. Thank you. I've taken 9 minutes.
You have, Adrian. That countdown is coming in handy. So we have 1 minute for questions if anyone does have a question. And I also see that Leanne from Metrohm has shared their contact details in the chat box. So you are able to contact them directly. Thanks, Adrian. Any questions? Very quickly. I think you answered it all, Adrian. Great. If you have any questions, you can still pop them in the chat box, everyone. Just make sure that you direct them to the right person, as we will now move on with our next presentation. So if you still have a question for Adrian or for Leanne, they are here from Metrohm, so you can drop those in the chat box. Next, we'll be hearing from Whitehead Scientific from Rainier. And Whitehead Scientific it equips scientists and researchers with quality laboratory products, expertise, and support. Whitehead, oh, sorry about that. Whitehead Scientific is a distributor of industry-leading international brands for over 35 years. Set yourself apart with solutions for molecular biology and diagnostics, cell biology, clinical automation, and for the widest range of laboratory plasticware and equipment. So be curious and discover more from Whitehead Scientific. And Renee is going to tell us how.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Perfect.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Christine. Much appreciated. So for those of you who have not had the pleasure of meeting before, my name is Renee Lawrence. I'm the product manager based with Whitehead Scientific. We have two offices. Our head offices are based in Cape Town, and we also have an office in Johannesburg. And everything we do as an organization at Whitehead Scientific, we try and aim to empower you, the scientists, with so much more, whether it be with specific products we supply, expertise that we've built up over the years, or the support that we provide with these products. And with today's presentation, what I'll aim and try and do is just share briefly with you the types of products or the brands that we represent and how that potentially could be used in your laboratory as well. So Whitehead as an organization is a certified BE level 5 contributor as well, and we're aiming to constantly improve that as well and helping our economy to grow as well. And we offer an extensive portfolio of industry-leading products from international brands. Some of these brands are very well known and others are less well known. So we hope to educate and make you see that there's other alternatives available in the industry as well for any of your laboratory needs. We're going to break these brands down into specific categories. These categories will include clinical automation, general laboratory plasticware, general laboratory equipment, as well as molecular and cell biology, which form part of my responsibilities within Whitehead. And then, of course, the molecular diagnostics being a very important part, as you can see from the recent pandemic, or not recent, past 18 months. So in terms of our general laboratory plasticware, we do supply a wide range of products. I think the most important aspect to note here is that these items are all supplied from stock. So if you have any laboratory shortages for plasticware, as we've known from the pandemic in the past 18 months, there's been a shortage of these plastic consumables. We've foreseen for these shortages and we have stock available locally. So if you have any needs for these items, please feel free to reach out to us for a quote on these products. Our brand basically consists of a number of different ones. So Aptos, Benchmark, Micronic, Nest, Polycard Storage, and then a few different thermo brands such as MVP, QSP, and Sterilin as well. Then looking at the molecular biology side of the research, we supply reagents from DNA sample collection, such as DNA Genotech, oligonucleotide synthesis from IDT, which is a world-renowned supplier for oligonucleotides, through to DNA and RNA extraction platforms and kits as well from Tanvid and Inqaba Biotec, and then as well as qPCR, endpoint PCR, J electrophoresis equipment and reagents from the other suppliers such as Lonza, QuantaBio, and Acuris as well. In terms of our cell biology range offering, we have some very nice, exciting new solutions for our customers as well. We represent a wide variety of brands in the space. The most recent addition to our platform is that from Capricorn Scientific, which you can see. Oh my goodness, my PowerPoint just decided to close. Just give me a second to just relaunch it. For some reason, PowerPoint decided to bomb out. Let's get back to the presentation. So the most recent addition to our portfolio is the Capricorn Scientific for all your basic cell culture media requirements. So if you're interested in finding out more, please feel free to reach out to us at the address below. And then we also supply a wide range of other products from world-renowned suppliers like Nest and Biotechny, which covers essentially Novus Biologicals, R&D systems for Luminex assays, Luminex kits, Protein Simple for protein characterization, isolation, and imaging, and so on and so forth as well. In terms of our research needs for laboratory equipment, so we do supply general laboratory equipment from a wide variety of suppliers. These include from Acuris for gel imaging, gel systems, Benchmark Scientific, which includes homogenizers, shakers, vortexes, and the like, Biochrome for some readers, HDL for pipettes, And then a very interesting brand that we're also representing that has become very important in the past couple of months is Nakoya, who is responsible or produces products that's used in essentially measuring the interaction between antibodies and antigens, proteins and DNA, etc., and so on. And then we also supply products from SPT LabTech, which is used for assay miniaturization and lab automation as well. And then looking at the potential products that we supply in the clinical automation space, here we cover products from Bionano, Covaris, DNA Genetech, GenDx, of course, IDT as well as some other less well-known brands such as Varosome and Serocare as well. Then in terms of the molecular diagnostic solutions for for human health diagnostics rather, here we supply industry-leading solutions from companies like GenDx, GeneProof, as well as Your Gene Health. This is just a quick overview of the different brands that we represent. So if you're interested in finding out more about any of these brands, please feel free to reach out to us at the address below at whiteside.co.za, or we will post our individual email addresses in the chat boxes as well after the presentation. If there's one thing that I could maybe mention to everyone still on the call, we're still running a promotion on a 10% off on all our pipettes and reagents and equipment from Benchmark. Just reference this Bench10 code when you ask us for a quotation for these products, and we'll be happy to send you a quotation for this promotion as well. And if there's one last thing I can ask you and say thank you for your time and attention, and please take the time to go to our LinkedIn page and follow us on LinkedIn as we share very important updates and promotions and exciting news with our customer base on this platform as well. So with that, thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Rainier. It's good to know where we can connect with you as well after this. If you are happy to, you can even share your contact details in the chat. Are there any questions that people would like to ask live? Rainier, maybe you could tell students a little bit more about the qualifications that many employees of Whitehead Scientific come in with, and the relationship perhaps that they build with the company while they're students.
Sure. So as an organization, we require skills of many different varieties. So obviously within our sales department, the requirements for specifically science-related degrees is very important because you need to understand the products that you're trying to sell to customers. But we also have functions in logistics and accounting and so on as well. So we have a wide variety of different skills that we require from the students that we do make contact with. We actually have some open positions. So if you're interested in a sales role, and you're looking for a new opportunity to grow and develop yourself, please reach out to us. We will share our contact details, and we can make contact with you to discuss further. Unfortunately, no student internships at the moment, but we will definitely, if something does arise, please follow us on LinkedIn. We will definitely post an advert on LinkedIn if something like that does arise.
Great. Engineering students, someone asked, do you recruit engineers?
Not at this particular point in time, but we are a growing company, and we will definitely, we have an engineering department that is involved in the repair of the equipment that we do sell and supply to our customers. So there is a department that will be growing in the near future as well.
Great. Thanks for that, Rainier. If there are any more questions, please continue to post in the chat and just let Rainier know that they are for him. Thanks for your time, Rainier, and it was great to learn more about Whitehead. Our next presentation will be from PRIS, and it's Anatech Instruments. So Anatech Instruments is a South African company incorporated in 1982. They were initially established with separation sites as focus, but they have grown. And today they cover 8 primary. Oh, sorry about that. Molecular biology, microbiology, chromatography, water and electrochemistry, element analysis, mass spectrometry and spectroscopy, and sample preparation. So I will hand over to you, Prisha, to tell us more about this complex area.
Good morning, Christine, and the UKZN department. Thank you so much for inviting me. My presentation can start now. Okay. I am Prisha Govinsamy, the Molecular Biology Area Sales Manager for Anatech. Anatech was initially established with a separation science focus. Anatech has significantly grown its product range and currently covers 8 primary sectors: molecular biology, chromatography, microbiology, water and electrochemistry, element analysis, mass spec, sample preparation, and spectroscopy. Anatech are distributors, and our primary molecular supplier is Promiga. The CDC has approved Promiga's products for COVID testing. Promiga provides manual extraction kits for nucleic acid extraction. We also provide automated instrumentation for nucleic acid extraction, which includes the Maxwell RAC instrument. Promiga offers a host of master mixes for your PCR needs. The Express Amp direct amplification reagent enables direct PCR without prior RNA or DNA extraction. Promiga's Glomax plate readers are user-friendly with integrated software for easy data analysis. Our cell-based assays for cell viability, cytotoxicity, cell proliferation, and reporter assays are preloaded onto the Glomax instruments. Promiga has an option for 3D cell-based assays. Elsevier provides groundbreaking technology for vaccine development using real-time cell analysis with the Excelligence instrument. The traditional methods require labor-intensive endpoint assays which provide limited data. The Excelligence viral cytopathic effect live cell assay allows for label-free and continuous tracking of CPE progression in virus-infected cells. Cell signaling technology currently has a promotion running. If you buy 3 antibodies, you get the 4th free. This ends on the 17th December. In support of researchers uncovering mechanisms of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, CST is continually developing new antibodies, kits, and reagents to help end the COVID-19 pandemic. Metrohm provides primers, dual-label probes, and MGB probes. NanoString provides gene expression analysis. They have created the Coronavirus Panel Plus item that can be added as a spike-in to the encountered gene expression panels. Anatech provides various research and diagnostic needs. Fast Track Diagnostic provides syndromic multiplex qPCR detection kits. General laboratory equipment are supplied by Biosan. Anatech sample homogenizers are provided by Burton. Equipment for PCR, qPCR, electrophoresis and blotting, as well as gel dock systems are provided by Analytic Gena. I would like to thank you for allowing Anatech to be part of this platform.
Thanks, Prisha. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? Prisha is here and in person on Zoom. So you have the opportunity right now directly. Prisha, I don't know if maybe you would like to also share your contact details if you're happy to do that. People might want to.
I'll share it on in the chat box now. Just a quick one. In terms of positions available at Anatech, we have application specialists, product engineers, service engineers, and product managers, as well as admin staff. So if you guys are looking for any positions, you're more than welcome to email me and I will forward it on to the relevant department. At the moment, I don't think there is any positions, but that will change, as the year goes, as 2022 comes through.
If people were looking, Prisha, where would they find positions that you are advertising? Do you advertise on your website or LinkedIn?
Through LinkedIn, and yeah, through the website, through LinkedIn as well.
Great. And in terms of qualifications, obviously you are looking for students with a science background, and are you looking for people with experience, or do you have internship or graduate programs?
At the moment, in terms of internships, there is nothing available. But in terms of, for instance, the service engineers, you possibly have to have an engineering degree, and then you get trained on our instrumentation. But that being said, I am a proud graduate of UKZN, and I have a master's degree and I'm a medical scientist. So, and I've been in the company for about 7 years. So I would say qualifications obviously are important, but in terms of experience, it depends on the post available.
Great, thanks, Prisha. It's nice to hear the perspective of someone from UKZN as well, and to hear where you've ended up. So any other questions? We have a minute or two available. Otherwise, we'll move on to our next presenter. A reminder to everybody who's attending this session not to go anywhere. We've got 2 more presentations, after which there will be some lucky draws, and there is a computer up for grabs in this session, sponsored by SANRAL. So students, don't go anywhere, and attendees, it's great to have you. If you are joining us on YouTube as well, you're welcome to jump on the Zoom link, which is available on the PRIS website. So that's that, I think, from Prisha. But if you still have questions, please remember that you can post them in the chat box, and Prisha is still around. So thanks for that. We will now move on to Apex Scientific. Michaela will be presenting. So just to let you know a little bit about Apex, they offer a wide range of innovative equipment for a variety of applications in research and development. They are committed to advancing South Africa to the forefront of technology and innovation, an important aim. So through tried and tested brands, they bring in global technology to your labs with product range that includes exciting things like flammable cabinets, spectrophotometers, ultra-low freezers, incubators, and micropipettes. They have branches in KZN, where we are, Gauteng, and Cape Town, and there's after-sales support throughout the country. So Michaela is going to give us a little bit more detail and tell us about working for the company. So over to you, Michaela.
Thank you so much, Christine. I just want, we have a presentation queued in, so if Becky can just get that ready. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about our company. So Apex Scientific is a Durban-based company, and we've been around for 6 years. And as Christine has mentioned, we have branches in Johannesburg, Cape Town, and the Durban area as well. We are suppliers of laboratory equipment. And if you require any of our details, everything would be in the chat box. You will see all of our contact details or email addresses. And if you have any inquiries as well, please feel free to visit our website link, which will be uploaded shortly. You can take it away, Becky, with the presentation. Thank you.
Apex Scientific. We supply laboratory equipment and consumables to the petrochemical industry, manufacturing industry, agricultural industry, food industry, water treatment industry, universities, and medical and clinical research institutes. We have handpicked a range of products from leading global manufacturers. Our products are robust, ergonomic, technologically advanced, but reasonably priced to meet the everyday needs of our customers in South Africa and beyond. Our branches are located in key areas, offering focused sales support, installation, training, service, and maintenance. Our diverse product offering includes automatic cell counters, ultra-low freezers, vacuum pumps, hot plates, incubated shakers, environmental chambers, data loggers, microscopes, and so much more. Our aim is to provide quality application and technical support to bridge the gap between problems and solutions and elevate African laboratories on a global scale. Visit our website for more information about us and follow us on social media. Apex Scientific, bringing global technology to your laboratory.
Thank you, Becky, for the presentation. If anybody has any questions, feel free to put it on the chat box and I'll be glad to assist you. Okay, so our chambers, we have various sizes. It just depends on what type of chamber you're looking for, whether it's temperature and humidity or just being a temperature chamber. What I would advise is,
Great,
I would
thanks.
advise—
The video is...
sorry, Christine. I was just replying to one of the messages. And yeah, so our chambers, so what we'll do is if you can send us an inquiry, so our details will be at the bottom and we'll be able to assist you with the brochure and you can have a look at the various types of chambers as well as the capacities we have available. I see we have another question. Do you have any computer science student or computer scientist related opportunities? Well, we here at Apex Scientific feel like there's no limit into what you can learn. And I'm sure even with your computer science degree or qualification, you'd be able to fit into our company as we have a lot of technical positions that will become available soon. So we're a growing company and every year we seem to be growing in staff. So what you can do is you can maybe just email us your CV and we'll have it on file. If we have any positions available, we'll be glad to give you a call.
Hi everyone, sorry I disappeared there for a second.
Michaela, we have a question from Nombolelo. She wants to know, are there any positions for civil engineers?
Well, there would be positions available, not specifically in the civil engineering capacity, but if you are willing, we have a lot of, we have some sales positions opening up. And we feel like if you are from different industries and different backgrounds, we would be able to, you know, deal with customers in different industries. So if you're coming from a civil engineering background and you know what equipment that you would use, you would have the knowledge of the end user and you would know how to problem solve. So being on the sales end of things, you'd know how to advise customers in that industry. So we'll be more than happy to take on people from different backgrounds. So that's perfect.
See, Andisa has raised her hand. So you ask a question. Go for it, Andisa.
Hi guys. I also wanted to ask if you do any collaborations in cases where the university cannot afford to buy the chambers.
Well, collaborations. Well, we normally just work with like funding from universities, but I would have to get back on you on that. I'll just have to find out. But I'm not really familiar with us doing collaborations with universities don't have money. We normally just sell equipment, or we do happen to loan equipment if your order is being processed. But I'm not really sure about collaborations. Maybe you can send me an email and I'll be glad to help you and find out from that department if we can make maybe find a solution to that and assist you guys.
Perfect. Thank you.
It'll be great, Michaela, if you are happy to share your information maybe in the chat box or directly with Andisa. Yeah. And then Buhle also asks if you have positions for people in chemistry, with chemistry background.
Yes, most definitely, most definitely. We would love people from the chemistry background. Obviously, you guys use scientific equipment. You guys know what issues you would have or what equipment to sell to the chemistry industry. All that we would have to assist you with is obviously the sales techniques, but that'll be very easy for you guys to learn these things. So there's nothing beyond you learning. You know, the more you learn, the better it is for you. So we encourage people from different backgrounds to approach us and send us your CVs. Our details will be there. So just post it through, and we have any positions, we'll be glad to contact you.
That's awesome. I see those details are there. So if anyone wants to make use of them, you can continue the conversation. And I see here asks for if there's positions for biological science. So I'm going to guess that there are.
Yes, perfect. There is definitely many opportunities that will open up for people in different backgrounds. We'll be glad to have you.
And if you haven't checked in the chat box yet, everybody, just a note about the sponsored prizes that are up for grabs in the lucky draw just now. So we thank you so much, Michaela. It was great to hear from Apex, and I'm glad that the conversation will continue with some of our guests and with you. So we'll move on to our last presentation for this session from RS Components, after which we will move on to the lucky draw. So Wesley's here, and he is going to tell us more about RS Components, which is a global omni-channel provider of product and service solutions for designers, builders, and maintainers of industrial equipment and operations. They stock more than 650,000 industrial and electronic products, which they source from over 2,500 leading suppliers. So RS Components will tell us a little bit more about what they do. We'll check back in after that. So over to you guys.
Great, thank you very much. I hope you guys can all hear me. But yes, so first things first, my name is Wesley Hood. I'm from RS Components South Africa. And yeah, we just wanted to basically share our education offering and who we are at RS Components as well. So I'll take you through the slides, but firstly is our competition giveaway. So what we're wanting to do before we kick off on the presentation officially is to encourage all the students on the call to please go like one of our social media platforms, either on Twitter, which is rs_online_SA, or go to Facebook and like us on RS South Africa. Just make sure that you are selecting the South African channel. And then what we'll do, I've got my colleague on the call as well. He will be randomly selecting a name from whoever has gone onto our channels to like our page, and we'll be giving away an Arduino starter kit at the end of this. So yeah, go ahead and do that in the meantime. Right, so as Christine mentioned already, you know, who we are at RS Components. I won't go through it again, but you know, what she did mention is with the leading suppliers of 2,500 global brands that we do supply. It's over 1.2 million industrial customers that we have, with operations in 32 countries, and we trade through multiple channels and ship around 60,000 parcels per day. And then specifically for this call, I mean, this is just to showcase some of our equipment that we do supply, especially with regards to the universities and to well equip your laboratories in those universities. But we do have quite a new initiative that we are driving, and that is our education vision into trying to inspire, nurture, and empower the next generation of socially and environmentally responsible engineers. And I'll showcase a little bit about how we're planning on doing that. And we want to obviously get a lot more students involved, especially for next year. So please do go follow those pages as well, and you'll look out for some of the offerings that we are going to be doing for next year. So 3 focus areas that we currently focusing on around the education initiatives is firstly growth for students, so that's personal and professional growth. Then for talent, helping to create a pipeline of rising stars for the industry, and then also innovation, so trying to spark new ideas for the future of our businesses through targeted initiatives. Then just to highlight some of our offerings here, this is basically just going through certain aspects that we are going to be covering, which is Design Spark. If you haven't heard of it, I will obviously take you through that shortly. Then we've also got employability skills training, so bridging the gap between university and the workplace. And then we've also got your volunteering opportunities that we would like to get involved with, or help students get involved with, as well as competitions and hackathons, and global networking opportunities, and as well as our product range that we have mentioned already. So Firstly, I'd love to encourage all the students and also educators or anybody that has a keen interest in innovation and latest technology is to please go and check out our DesignSpark website or platform. It's a global engineering design platform engaging millions of professional design engineers. And this platform basically offers tools and resources created to inspire and enable the design engineers to discover, learn, and implement the best products and technologies suited to their applications. Then, just to give you an idea, globally, we currently have around 1 million registered members on DesignSpark. But in South Africa, we currently have around 10,000 members. And of that, only 783 students and educators. So this is quite a missed opportunity. And again, I really want to stress the importance of going on there and, you can obviously contribute your certain projects that you're working on DesignSpark, which is really helpful. And I'll just kind of highlight why DesignSpark for education. So approximately 24% of the members are students and academics, but it also offers a unique platform for students to share their projects, build their own portfolios, which they can later share on their LinkedIn channels or on their CVs, which is very beneficial for you guys to obviously grow, and more networking opportunities from various other engineers and so forth from around the world. One other benefit of using the DesignSpark platform is for students like yourselves to hone your writing abilities or your technical writing abilities. So really great platform. There's a load of competitions that go on there as well, and we want to see South Africans shining on DesignSpark there. So also just to highlight, again, on DesignSpark, we've got our technical community. So like I said, there's a forum for you guys to be able to go reach out. If you have any questions around engineering or you're stuck on your own project, there's other engineers from around the world that can assist, or you can also assist others. So great platform there. There's also technology evaluation, so applications and trends of the latest technologies that are there. There's design and programming software, so free and paid for PCB, 3D, mechanical and electrical CAD software. You've got your design resources, design and prototyping services, and design stage insights. So that's just to give you a basic rundown of what DesignSpark is all about. Then what I would like you guys, obviously, if you are following us on our social media channels, is we'll be running these various different sessions. So we've done a bunch of research to find out from companies around the world what are the most in-demand soft skills that they look for in their employees. So generally, obviously, you guys are in the university, they're teaching you the hard skills around engineering, the complexities of engineering and so forth. But what we sometimes miss is those soft skills that we do look for in companies as well. So things like management and leadership, communication skills, how to deal with conflict, those type of things that we sort of take for granted sometimes. So look out for these. We're going to be running a bunch of these workshops and based on Zoom. I know we've got the Zoom representative here today, but either we're going to use Zoom or your Microsoft Teams platforms as well. So check it out. Do follow us there to find out more about that. Then some volunteering opportunities. We're looking for students that are willing to join our volunteering opportunities. If you guys are looking to go and inspire the youth, so going into other high schools to encourage engineering or basically showcase your skills and talent to basically drive that talent from coming into the high schools into joining engineering. Because of the shortage we have, we want you guys to showcase that at different schools or underprivileged communities. So if any of you guys are interested, the email address is there just to reach out for us. So it's education.za@rs-components.com. Then just around our competitions and hackathons that we'll be running, we should be running a really cool one that's coming in February next year, so look out for that one. But again, follow us on our social media channels there. And we'll be highlighting a little bit more around our competitions and hackathons. Some exciting news recently. We just finished up with our People, Planet, Product Student Design Challenge. And we actually, and that was a global competition. So we saw entries from the UK, from Singapore, from Hong Kong, and from South Africa as well. And just to top it all off, we saw a South African take the win of the entire challenge. Which has really opened a lot of doors for the student. So we're pretty excited, and we want to find more of you guys that are out there in South Africa to showcase your talents. Then our global networking opportunities is called the Fresh Advisors Board. So for those students that are really showing that inspiration and driving by inspiring others, we want to obviously select you guys to join our Fresh Advisors Board. So it's a unique opportunity for students and young professionals to gain experience on a global advisory board for the FTSE 250. We've actually just entered the FTSE 100 on the London Stock Exchange. And we basically select 5 bright, young-minded business and engineering minds from across the world. And they basically are given real-world case studies to solve solutions and so forth. So those guys that are really shining stars and want to showcase their talents, this is going to be a great opportunity for you to network with other people around the world as well. And as I mentioned, the winner of that previous competition is going to be joining the Fab 15 for 2022, which we're really excited that we're going to see some South African representation there. So great stuff. We look forward to the giveaway. Christine, you can obviously let us know when we can announce the winner, and I'll get Vishal to announce that on my behalf there. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Wesley. Very interesting. I see there is a question, an interesting question from Hassan in the chat. I don't know if maybe you want to answer that for everybody. I can read it out if you like. Is there an opportunity or design community for someone doing a project on PCBs using biodegradable material? He is a chemistry research student. So
okay.
That's the field.
There is definitely an opportunity for you to showcase your project or your article on Design Sparks. So if you would like to maybe get some more assistance around that, maybe you can reach out to me. Like I say, education.za. But I'll pop it in the chat anyway at rscomponents.com, and I'll definitely assist you in how we can showcase your project there.
That's great. Thanks, Wesley. Someone asks if you also work with software engineers.
Correct, we do. We do support software engineers wherever we can. So yeah, look out for some of the competitions or the hackathons that we are going to be running there.
Right. I think if you can drop your details in the chat, or those details you mentioned, that would be fantastic. So if you and Vishal would like to go for it, RS Components is going to do the draw as mentioned for somebody lucky on their pages. So go for it, Wesley. And then after that, we'll move on to our next lucky draw.
Perfect. Vishal, you there on the call? Let's announce that name.
Vishal is with us. He's on the chat. Let me find you, Vishal, and see if I can unmute you.
There he is.
Can everybody hear me?
You can.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Christine, for unmuting me. I think my team at the office would like to mute me with that sort of power and authority. I see Wesley is smiling there. I'm known for talking quite a lot, so I'm going to keep this very short. It's great to have the opportunity. Thanks, Wesley and Christine, for giving me the chance to draw. It's been quite exciting because I've been refreshing our Twitter page, and our follows and likes and retweets have been growing. But one name stood out, pretty nicely for me. So at Wendy Mgobozi, I'm sorry if I butchered your name. You are today's winner. I have requested to follow you. If you could please just DM us your contact details, and Wesley will be in touch and we can take it from there. So well done. It's quite a nice little starter kit. Wesley and myself, we're not as brainy as you guys are, but we have been trying our hand at creating stuff. And Wesley has created a retro gaming system, and we've created a digital library. So Wendy, I think your festive period is going to be quite productive. So well done, and thanks to everybody else that follows us. As Wesley said, keep your eyes on our social media channels, because we're giving away some really cool stuff, and we really would like to connect with you guys. And there's a lot of opportunities and RS components for young, bright minds. So yeah, thank you so much. And that's me signing out.
Thanks, Michelle. Lucky Wendy. I hope that she's here on the call and that she enjoys that starter set. Awesome. Lucky lady. Speaking of luck, we will now move on to our lucky draw. This is what will end our session for now, but I'm just going to remind everybody that after the break, which we'll have now until 10 to 12, we will be back at 10 to 12, and then we still have a lot of organizations we'll be hearing from. We've got Allan Gray, Boxfusion, BBD, Contour, KZN, Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, Amesa Maths. We've still got Elsevier, Sasol, SACNASP, SANRAL, NRF, Eskom. So there's lots to still see. Oh, I see Wendy is here. That's great. Good luck, Wendy. And so now what I'm going to do is Lena's going to assist me with this draw. This draw is sponsored by SANRAL. So some lucky student is going to get a computer. So if you're with us, I'm going to ask Lena to give us a lucky number between 1 and 660. So, and then we will check that the name of the person, somebody in attendance. Lena, if you can give me your number.
Thank you, Christine. Yes, so we've had a good attendance of 235 currently. So Christine, I'm just going to change the play now. I'm actually going to ask you for a lucky number. And then
I'm very happy to do that.
Yes. So throw the numbers and give us, we roll the ball to you and you give us the lucky number coming up.
Great. Okay, the first number is 535.
535. Okay, so Snow is checking to see who's 535. Please note the terms and conditions of this prize and from SANRAL is that the person has to be present at this event. So Becky, can you check? Sorry, 537. Okay. Tandolowetu Jela. Becky, if Tandolowetu Jele is present, can she raise or he raise her hands or his hands? 535.
I don't see Tandolowetu there.
Ah, okay. So now you'll understand why we said you have to be present. That's the term and conditions. So Christine, up for the second.
Another number. Let's try 267.
267. Okay. I've got my auditor here right next to me. So she's sifting through the register. 267, is that correct, Christine?
Yes.
Sure. And the lucky winner is Sudain Rameshwarnath. Sudain Rameshwarnath. Becky, can you check?
Yes, I see that name.
Oh, wow.
Guys, I'm here. Sorry to put you guys out.
Wow. Becky, show him what's his prize. What's he up? Can you spotlight him, please? Christine, I'll hand to you. So it's 267, Sudain Rameshwarnath.
Congratulations.
Wow, yeah, thanks so much, guys. I really much appreciate it. Thank you.
It's your lucky day.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much to everyone for joining us for this first part of the industry session. It's been so insightful. I think we've all learned a lot. Remember, we are still live on YouTube, but we are now going to take a short break so everyone can have a comfort break, a leg stretch. I know we spend a lot of time on Zoom these days. Look for something that isn't a screen to look at. And we will be back at 10 to 12. And please remember, we've got exciting companies to hear from. And then there is another lucky draw at the end of the next session. So make sure that you're here with us so that we can find you and give you your prize. Great. We will see you all at 10 to 12.
Founded in 1945 and operating out of South Africa with our head office here in Cape Town, Lasec has for the last 75 years been supporting customers both in South Africa and the rest of Africa with dependable laboratory and scientific solutions. We work across public and private healthcare, tertiary, research and manufacturing communities. Our office space has recently been renovated. We've raised the floor to accommodate for additional warehousing space below. Our open product and sales floor allows for easy collaboration between our teams, ensuring quick turnaround times on inquiries. You'll see some open desks here. That is because in order to ensure that we safeguard our staff from transmitting COVID, we are limiting the number of people in the office daily. Our support teams, IT, finance, marketing, tenders, and logistics are all centrally located here at our head office. To ensure sustainability and self-reliance, our facilities are fully equipped with an independent filtered borehole water supply and power generators. We have also installed a solar energy system. We have multiple collaborative spaces available. These examples are pre-COVID and explain the lack of face masks. Our auditorium is the perfect space for on-site workshops and seminars with our customers and suppliers. Our meeting areas are equipped with state-of-the-art video conferencing technology, which allows us to easily connect to all over the world. Our demonstration rooms, both in Cape Town and Johannesburg, are fully equipped to host customers for a hands-on experience with our products. Whether you are troubleshooting and need our expertise, or if there's a new instrument you are keen to try out, we have the facilities to accommodate this. With just under 8,000 square meters of warehousing space, we work closely with our partners to ensure stock availability. Our supply chain is optimized to land stock at the best possible price, but is agile to allow for expedited shipments. Our product teams monitor the market to anticipate demand trends, and we then forecast accordingly. Our cold storage facilities are monitored remotely 24 hours a day, which means that we're able to react immediately should a problem arise. Our 24 service engineers and technicians are well experienced and highly qualified. We have 3 NSF 49 accredited engineers trained at the highest level of biological safety. This equips our teams to validate, service and repair all major brands of safety cabinets to ensure the protection of users. We are ISO 17025 accredited for volume, temperature and mass metrology, allowing us to calibrate pipettes, balances and temperature equipment ranging from ultra-low freezers to ovens and even furnaces. Our logistics team handle both our inbound and outbound shipments from and to all over the world. We have representatives from our freight forwarding partners on site who support the quick handling of shipments. At Lasec, we facilitate higher learning, maximizing the potential of our employees. We have to date assisted 84 of our Lasec family to reach their dreams of a better education. Our intern program for aspiring young professionals with a passion for science has mentored 38 South Africans, of which Lasec has permanently employed 12. A quick overview of our core business units. Consumables. An extensive stock holding ensures the availability of essential everyday consumable products. We work closely with our customers on demand forecasting. Depending on your quality and price point pressures, we have multiple tiers of product available. Laboratory instruments. Our experience, buying power, and strong relationships with manufacturers brings world-class technology to end users cost-effectively. We offer a wide range of instruments applicable to a variety of laboratory environments. We also offer installation, setup, and end-user training, as well as preventative maintenance and servicing. Biotechnology. Our range extensively covers RNA, DNA, and protein purification. Our PCR solutions include technology for endpoint, real-time, and droplet digital PCR. We offer a wide range of immunoassays for clinical and veterinary uses. This includes ELISA kits, rapid diagnostic tests, and customizable tests for urinalysis and drugs of abuse. We also offer a wide range of microscopy stains and staining equipment to cover all fields of biology. Sample collection. We work with global funding partners on addressing sample collection needs throughout Africa, primarily for the diagnosis and viral load monitoring of HIV. Our kit packing facility here in Cape Town is ISO 13485 accredited. We also pack sample collection kits for HPV, TB, and COVID. These are 100% customizable. Laboratory furniture. Our team design, manufacture, and install fit-for-purpose customized lab furniture, considering the application to ensure optimized workflow. Manufactured locally and shipped flat-packed all over Africa, our teams also support on installation. Lasec education. We manufacture mobile lab kits and science products for schools who don't have access to laboratories, giving little scientists hands-on experience. Offering educator training ensures these experiments are delivered with confidence and safely. We have offices in all South African major city centres, as well as additional support in outlying areas. Our international team actively supports sub-Saharan Africa and even beyond the continent in developing nations. Our sales teams and end users are supported by product managers who make up our consumables, instrument, and biotechnology teams. These product managers are experienced in lab environments and have received extensive training from our manufacturing partners. Welcome to Lasec.
student, or health educator. Every single day, you dedicate yourself to accelerating progress in your field, to improving outcomes, not just for you, but for the global community you are part of. You believe in the future of science, research, and medicine, in an open future full of possibilities. At Elsevier, we share that belief. This is why we feel privileged to serve you with reliable information and valuable insights, something we are proud to have done for over 140 years. Our tools put you in control. You can count on us in upholding the highest standards of quality and integrity. We play our part in building a better future for research, healthcare, and people everywhere. True, much progress has been made, yet challenges still exist. Challenges we want to meet through innovation, through partnerships, through accelerating you. So together, we can make a lasting impact on society.
Here, I've often been asked what Metrohm actually is. We produce measuring instruments for chemical analysis. But to answer this question, I'm more interested in the bigger picture. For example, it's fascinating how much the people here identify with their company. Every third person works in development. Where does this pursuit of perfection, carefulness, and love of detail come from? Okay, this sketch is my overall impression of Metrohm. Between the axes of time and space, I will draw another axis. It stands for what we actually measure with our instruments. This sketch is a model of my spatial image. On the first level, I see the tangible world here in Curaçao, scale 1:1. This is where we work. The entire manufacturing process takes place in Switzerland. Manufacturing our sensors requires a lot of manual skills. Training young people ensures our future. The chemists in our labs are constantly developing new applications for our customers. Ion chromatography, titration, and voltammetry are our most important business areas. We are now entering a deeper level, a microscopic world.
Everyone can hear me. Becky, just let me know if you can hear me or if you need me to stop. Okay. Great. So we'll be hearing from Allan Gray. Allan Gray may be an asset management company, but they also see themselves as leading technologists who view the capabilities of tech as an important part of their organization. They offer a leading tech stack, innovative and nurturing environment, and an opportunity to work and learn from the best in the industry, building solutions that serve to better the lives of their clients. So they also acknowledge that those out there are unique, and they want to ensure that you get the mentorship and support to help develop your career to where it needs to be. So a great company to hear from for our students. So I'm going to hand over to you, Delano.
Cool, thanks, Christine. I'm Delano. Monique is here with me as my co-host. We'll be available in the chat and after our presentation to take any of your questions. Becky, you can go ahead with the video presentation. Thanks. Okay, good morning. My name is Delano Ramdas. I am a software developer at Allan Gray. I joined Allan Gray in 2019, straight after graduating from the School of Math, Stats and Computer Science at UKZN with a BSc in CSIT. I'm super excited to be here today to recount my experience of joining Allan Gray and provide any aspiring software engineers with some opportunities to kickstart their career. So what is Allan Gray really about? Allan Gray is an investment management and administration firm. We provide a platform upon which our clients can access a variety of investment vehicles, including our own suite of portfolios, which are managed under the Allan Gray philosophy. That philosophy focuses on creating financial security for our clients in the long term. So why do we do all of this? What is the thing that drives the Allan Gray vision? We've got a dual purpose. Firstly, we take a client-first approach. So we aim to do all that we can to help our clients build long-term wealth. Secondly, we're dedicated to philanthropy. Allan Gray's majority shareholders are a group of child companies that is solely dedicated to advance social, economic, and political stability. You may have heard of the Allan Gray Orbis Foundation or E-Squared and so on. We exist in order to fund these institutions. That means that Allan Gray exists to maximize value for our clients and to serve the community through philanthropy. So that's what we're about as a company, but what do we do in technology? The Allan Gray IT division supports the larger Allan Gray business with a suite of technological solutions. Our software is built and maintained completely in-house, so our devs engineer and support everything from the Allan Gray website, where you can log in and open an investment account, all the way through to the Docker containers, which hold our backend APIs. How then do we do all of this? We build software in agile teams. We're committed to using the best tools available, and we have a focus on continuous improvement, both across the stack, but especially at the people level. So the agile teams, we develop our software using the Scrum philosophy. We have about 25 distinct agile teams spanning various business functions. Each team comprises of a few developers, business analysts, testers, with a product owner and a technical lead. So we build our software with industry-leading tools following the global best practices. We've adopted a microservices architecture with RESTful APIs, predominantly written in Scala and Golang. Front-end applications are built using tech at the forefront of web dev, React and TypeScript. And we build and deploy these microservices on an elastic, containerized infrastructure, which is supported and managed on premises through Kubernetes. So our engineers don't just get to develop solutions that allow us to build better software, but we also form part of a DevOps team where we're able to explore all aspects of application development, solution design, scaling, and testing. Now, in order to use cutting edge technology, you have to be insanely skilled. And Allan Gray is committed to supporting their developers along those educational journeys. You can get funding for tertiary studies, access to company subscriptions to online training platforms like Pluralsight, Coursera, Udemy. You can get funding to present at conferences. Of interest is the Graduate Software Bootcamp. Now, transitioning into industry is genuinely difficult. Aside from the social implications, there's a significant gap between tertiary education and the technical skills that you need to be effective in the workplace. The Graduate Software Bootcamp is a 3-month incubation period where newcomers to industry have a chance to focus on upskilling in some of these areas. The bootcamp is an intense learning period, but it's supported by mentors and functional coaches. You get to get guided and this opportunity to learn from some of the very best, and you get your hands dirty with some really interesting technical problems while working on the Linux CMD, SQL, Golang, and the rest of our stack. Now, one of the Allan Gray values is being performance-driven. As such, we remunerate exceptional performance appropriately. Most notably is our bonus structure, which is directly related to your performance throughout the year. And there's an opportunity to participate in the employee share scheme. So what does life at Allan Gray look like? Well, we have an absolutely stunning glass building located at the V&A waterfront in Cape Town. So you walk into the office and you get views like this. On the top left-hand corner, you'll find people casually collaborating because our offices are open plan, allowing for fluid, dynamic, borderless interaction. Below that, there's a shot of some of the spinning machines at our in-house gym. And it's a gym that boasts a free biokineticist and trainers that run a bunch of different fitness classes. It's free to access to all Allan Gray employees. In the middle right, you might recognize some logos from some popular coffee houses. We've got an in-house barista at ridiculously subsidized rates, but there's like coffee machines on every floor. And perhaps most excitingly is the free lunch. So Allan Gray provides free lunch to all staff every day. You can eat at our canteen in the building or use Zapper vouchers that they've provided at a number of different restaurants around the V&A waterfront. So if it's not completely evident already, Allan Gray really invests in promoting a work-life balance. We've got team builds, company parties, nap pods at the office. We do ascribe to a flexible working guideline. We've got access to in-house psychologists, round-the-clock support from ICAS, and even ergonomists. Being an Allan Gray employee even grants you discounts at certain massage parlors, beauticians, physiotherapists, salons. So yeah, the perks are pretty great. If any of this has piqued your interest, what opportunities are available to you? You can keep track of our internships and open vacancies on our career site at the link on screen. Our internship program is a brilliant experience for graduates to get a taste of what it's like working at Allan Gray while working on some real-life, complex IT business problems that we're currently trying to solve. And that's it from me. So thank you for your attention. Please feel free to engage with us in the chat. Questions, comments, thoughts, all are welcome. Thank you.
Great, Delano. Great presentation. I see there have been some questions. You have about a minute if there is anything you want to say live. I hope that you didn't miss out on too many of the perks if you had to work from home last year. Sounds great to work at Allan Gray. And yeah, lots of interesting information in the chat box, everybody, about the internship and graduates programs and the recruitment and the whole process for that, as well as a link as to where you can apply. So keep your eyes open for that next year.
Sweet, thank you, Christine. Yep, Monique and I will continue in the chat box and answer any of the questions that you guys may have. Thank you very much.
Right. Yes, I see there's a couple more, so have at it. Thanks so much, Allan Gray. Our next organization that will be presenting is Boxfusion, talking about their graduate recruitment program. So Boxfusion is one of the country's leading software solutions, if you haven't heard of them, and they provide solutions to government in South Africa. Their core focus is digital transformation of the public sector by automating the daily back office function with innovative, cutting edge and local solutions. So I'm going to hand over to Boxfusion. We've got Mazi here, so they'll tell us more. And Civis, there's Civis. Hi.
Hi, Christine. Thank you so much. All right, can I have the presentation up, please? Whilst we're waiting, hi, my name is Civis Pillay. I am the HR manager at Boxfusion. Excited to be meeting you all today. So thank you, UKZN, for offering us this opportunity just to showcase to your grads this year. All right, I'm just going to take you through who we are, what our company culture is at Boxfusion, some of the accolades that we have under our belt, the products at Boxfusion, our values, the graduate development plan, program, as well as the graduate competition, internships on offer, our current grad intake and our 2022 graduate intake plans, as well as backlog. All right, so we are actually the country's leading software solution providers to government in SA. Our core focus is to digitally transform the public sector by automating its daily back office functions. We are located at the head office in Centurion, which is an easy commute as we are conveniently located across from the Gautrain in Centurion. Our clients are across SA, and we've also expanded into Africa. Next. So we have a 12-year steady track record. We service over 60 departments and state-owned enterprises. We are 100% public sector focused, and we hold a BEE level 2. We are on a steady growth, and we align ourselves with Microsoft partner, MTN, and our expected revenue growth in the current financial year is more than 90% growth. These are just some of our distribution partners that we also align ourselves with. And we have an unrivaled experience in the public sector, as you could see, from SAPS to Metropolitan and the various departments that we service. Next. Just moving on to our culture, we have a very young staff complement. We are performance and excellence driven. Our motto is we work hard and we play hard. We've got pool table, PlayStations, board games, table tennis every Fridays, and we have socials, soccer club, and every Fridays, obviously COVID dependent, we have a braai with drinks. So if you are looking for a youthful and energetic environment, then Boxfusion is for you. If you value flexibility over a corporate structure, then again, Boxfusion is for you. We do care deeply about the quality of work that we deliver. If you want to see your work make an impact in the community, then that's what we do. And also if you want to learn cutting edge technologies and solutions and have a hunger for learning, that's what Boxfusion is all about. So Boxfusion is not for you if you value a big brand over learning. Like I said, we do work hard and play hard. So it's not a regular 9-to-5 job. We are quite flexible in terms of start times as well. We are, to be honest, a very pressurized environment. Things happen quickly. And we do have a mentorship program, but it's not to a point where you are closely handheld with your manager. The way we work is we have mentors and we have an HR support structure, as well as a graduate program where you receive structure as well. Next. Right, these are just some of our accolades over the year. With the most recent is we've been the winner of the Microsoft Emerging ISV. Next. So just some of our products. You could actually go onto Google or Apple Play Store and search for an app called MySaps, which we designed. It's a free application available for iPhones or smartphones, where you can actually submit anonymous crime tip-offs to the Crime Stop Center. We have also designed CCMA Connect, so you would be available to go onto the app to view CCMA-related updates anytime. Next. Okay, so these are just some of the links in terms of where you can look at some of the exciting work that we've done. Just in terms of our company expectations, we look for dedicated staff, hardworking and a hunger to learn. We do actually develop our graduates as well as all our staff in terms of training. We also expect staff, to meet set deadlines because a lot of our work are project related as well as aligned to our company values. Next. Okay, this is just a snapshot in terms of what our company values are. Next. In terms of specific to the graduate program, we have a behavioral skills training program where we focus on the transition of graduates coming from university all the way through to meeting us back at the workplace. So we help with the transition in terms of focusing on various soft skills programs. You can actually go onto our website, www.boxfusion.co.za, and visit our grad tab, and you'd be able to see some super cool videos of our current or previous grads rather. Okay, next. Every year we have a graduate competition. It did close at the end of November, where you can win your share of 40,000 rands. Okay, so you can go on and have a look at our site as well. We currently have 23 grads. Our focus for 2022 is we are looking to source 10 to 12 grads specific to the dev stream. We do offer internships and a structured technical rotational program, as well as mentors. We have Boxfusion days around 6 to 8 weeks throughout the year, where we basically just look at the company strategy, how we've grown, our new clients, and then it's just a big party thereafter. Okay, next. Are there any questions? Sorry, I was supposed to have a colleague with me, but it's actually our year-end function today. So I'd be managing the chat box. So please feel free to send me any questions and I'll be able to answer them now. Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for us?
Hi, Silas.
Hi.
Hi, this is Lena. I just wanted to find out, maybe the students are getting to know Boxfusion a little bit more. I just wanted to find out, currently you are running a grad recruitment program, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you just give us briefly information, because there's lots of IT students on as attendees. Can you just give them briefly some more information with regards to that recruitment initiative that you all are doing?
Okay, so currently we are looking at our 2022 intake. Like I said, we're looking at 10 to 12 dev grads. So if you are interested, you can send me through your CV at careers at boxfusion.co.za. We basically run, it's a 3-hour assessment, an online assessment, where you are taken through a personality assessment, a technical assessment, as well as a behavioral. Then we shortlist based on those assessments. They are happening on the 17th of December from 10 till 1. We have shortlisted some great candidates already from UKZN who've applied via our website. And on email, and then they will go through that 3-hour online assessment process. And at the end of that, should you be shortlisted, then we will be sending you a link to have an interview with our senior devs. And should you be successful, we will kick off the grad program next year. And then just with the grad program as well, you will get a structured training program in terms of, what are we expecting from the devs? And coupled with that, you will also be attending a modular behavioral skills, soft skills training program. So at the end of the 12 months internship, you will have theory that you've come in from university. You would have excellent experience in terms of our structured technical program. And further to that, you will also get the soft skills training program, which helps you transition from university life to work life. So please, I encourage you, if there's anyone that's interested in that, like I've said, your name has to be in there. We've already started shortlisting with quite a few universities, inclusive of UKZN. So please pop us your CV and your transcripts. And yeah, let's see, maybe you will be shortlisted for the 17th of December. I hope that helps, Lena.
Yes, I think we've got a question here. Sorry, I can't see the name. It says, do you have any vacation work or bursaries for civil engineering? That was one.
Unfortunately, not civil engineering. We focus on BSc computer science students.
Okay. I'm assuming that would include also IT, BCom IT students.
100%.
Oh, excellent, excellent. I've got a question from Yeshlan Chetty. He wants to know, how do we apply for the grad program?
You can send us an email, careers@boxfusion.co.za, with a copy of your CV, as well as a copy of your transcripts.
Okay. Just one more question, Silvus, I promise you. I'm doing this because our IT students are a little bit shy today. You would also look at computer engineers. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll look at them as well.
Okay. So
as long as the students are interested in going into the dev route, because we actively are recruiting for devs. Last year, we recruited for devs as well as BAs, business analysts, but this year the focus is on devs.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, thank you, Service. Just one more mention, Boxfusion has actually sponsored one of the top honors projects. Welcome Boxfusion to the school, the discipline of computer science. So thank you so much. And including BBD, who I also know is here. So thank you to both your companies.
And I look forward to more of the grads applying to Boxfusion.
We will definitely send our students your way.
Great, thanks, Dina. Like I said, the date has been set for the 17th, so we're finalizing our shortlist. So if they are keen, we need their stuff ASAP.
Okay, sorry, I've just been informed that Christine is battling with her IT connection. So if there's no questions for Service, can we move on to BBD? So thank you so much, Service, and we'll now move on to BBD.
Thank you.
Good morning. Am I audible? Lina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lucky.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Cool. Good morning, everyone. Just a second. Cool. Let's get started. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucky Ngosi, and today I want to tell you guys about this company that I work for. So 37 years ago, 3 visionaries started a company called, back then, Barone, Budge, and Dominick. I know it sounds like a law firm or an accounting firm. And for short, we're known as BBD. Now, at BBD, we have since grown to be about 900 plus IT professionals with 37 years of experience. We are an international software development firm that builds software systems in all sectors of society, really. We're actually a group of companies where the first one is BBD Software Development, which is our core function. We also have a company called Fusion Software, which builds some products. We've got Alien in the group, who are much more data focused. And then we've got Expertech, who focus on robotic process automation. Myself, I'm Lucky, and I work in a unique team called ATC. I've got my colleague Tabang in the chat that's monitoring the chat, and we are responsible for BBD's research and development functions. It's a team of it's purely a team of engineers, and our responsibilities include facilitating learning or training BBD's 900 plus employees, doing some specialized consulting, and really running our grad and bursary programs. As a company, we're a South African company, started in South Africa and still have our core operations in South Africa, but we have a global footprint. We currently have offices in Pretoria, Cape Town, Johannesburg, our HQ, offices in the UK, Netherlands, India, and we are working on starting up a few more offices around Europe. I think Portugal is next on our list. Our services, our core function is software development, but we do absolutely everything around delivering high quality software. This includes helping people with their digital strategies, looking at specialized consulting, doing what we call health checks, where a client can come to us and say, something is wrong with our app. We just feel that it's not there. And we would then have to actually figure out why they feel that way and try and optimize that for them. We do cloud enablement. We recently launched a new division called MServe that basically manages cloud infrastructure for clients. We do some system integrations because when you work with large clients like banks, some of their systems are about 20 years old, and we need to leverage off those systems' capability in order to bring in new functionality or through new streams. So we do that system integration as well. We don't just believe in building a product and giving it to someone. So we also invest quite heavily into our maintenance and support capabilities. I can, with confidence, say that every single person on this call has been affected or has been impacted by BBD software. Absolutely every single person on this call has interacted with BBD software. That's because we build software in the education sector, in financial services. We've built software for all of the large banks in the country. We do some gaming, which is a new field for us, but we've been doing insurance for almost as long as we've been in business. Some public sector, including facilitating people's taxes, doing customs, doing some security things. And of course, all of your major telcos have used BBD software or software that's built by BBD. That's why I can with confidence say that every single person in this room has interacted or been impacted by BBD software. So I was told that I need to talk about life at BBD, and we believe in having a flat structure. So we don't have high ladders of managers and supervisors and regional managers, etc. We have everyone who's either a software engineer or business analyst or a test analyst. And then we have sort of a very thin layer of leaders in the business. So this would be made up of project managers. Some would call themselves scrum masters. And these are people that lead the different teams in all of our different clients. And then we've got our directors who help steer the company into the future. Company cultures, pretty chilled. We currently work on a hybrid model where everyone should be working remotely. But if you wish to come to the office, to any one of our offices, you are more than welcome to go and play there. We believe in really honing our training and making sure that people constantly grow. And to do this, we understand that it's not just about learning the technologies that we use every day at work. We've got graduates that come from electrical engineering and all sorts of background. And to sort of keep them inspired, we've even built an electronics lab. We do absolutely nothing with electronics from a business perspective, but we saw it as one of the pillars of ensuring that people stay motivated and inspired. And so we really invest and constantly reevaluate what we do around our learning. Important things to talk about, I think, that are more relevant to this audience is our graduate program. Now, this is something that my team and I look after. We, last year, took in over 60 graduates that are working as software developers. How our graduate program works is that if you're hired into our grad program, you are hired as a junior software engineer from day one, which means that we put you into one of our teams that deliver enterprise-grade software either to a bank or telecom or a small startup. Wherever we're building software for, you would actually work with a production team that delivers software from day one. They'll help guide you and will actually get you to build in good quality code as soon as possible. In parallel, you would have this training program that's run by our research and development team, where we take you through all of the core technologies that we believe engineers should be having in our field at this point. So last year, this included revisiting C# and Java, whether you've done it at university or not. We look at web development by first principles and focusing on future-facing green technologies. We look at security because it's such a big thing. We look at cloud enablement, and we even look at some architecture and service design. So at the end of this program, you come out in December, firstly with a cloud certification. We make it compulsory that everyone should be certified, and we'll of course pay for all of that. So at the end of it, you come out certified and you come with a much more holistic and in-depth view and experience of the technology that's required of you there. At the end of this grad program, firstly, during this program, we don't only focus on teaching you how to code in these languages. The teamwork aspect is what has made our company so successful. And so in everything that you do, we try and retrain and rehome these skills to make sure that you sharpen up on them. Public speaking is something that is absolutely critical in what we do because you have to stand in front of clients. Some of them might be big government officials or banking executives, And you need to be able to stand in front of them with confidence and talk about your code. So public speaking also becomes something that we really focus on in terms of your training. It can be a tough year, balancing working full-time as well as this training session. And a big chunk of our graduates are actually postgraduate students doing their masters or honors or PhDs at universities across the country. And to sort of say thank you for putting in all of that hard work, we cap off the year with what we call BBD grad trip. So previously we would have taken our graduates to India for a week, or we'd all fly down to Cape Town and spend a week. And 2 weeks ago, we took them to Victoria Falls to spend a week there doing some extreme sports. If you are looking to study further and you're not yet ready for the world of work, we also believe that this is something we should be investing in. And so we have what we call the Bursary and Beyond program, where BBD will pay fully for your fees. And for some people that might need it, we'd also pay for your accommodation and even give you a stipend to make sure that you are fully equipped to succeed at university. Our bursary program covers studying from first year right up till your master's and PhD, wherever you are in the scale. And we have a workback program where you would sign a contract and agree to work with us for that 1 year, for 1 year. We believe that in that 1 year, it's our job to convince you that we're the best company to work for. So we don't plan on tying you down for 5 or 10 years or however many years that is. If any of this piqued your interest and you'd like to work for BBD's largest privately owned bespoke software development firm, you can simply head over to bbdsoftware.com or find us on any of our platforms. Reach out to us. Let's get the ball rolling and getting you started on your career. That's it from me. I'll take questions. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. I'm back. Sorry about that. Thanks, Lucky. Good to hear from you again and hear more about BBD. Any questions? Anyone want to raise a hand? There are some in the chat.
Sure. Do you mind just relaying those to me?
Sure. The one that's just come up from Tobeka, I'll start with that last one. Does BBD sponsor masters for chemical engineering students?
That's a good question. The correct answer is it depends. And what I mean by that is we at the end of the day would like to get as many people into software development as possible. And so if your field of study somehow is linked to software development and we can then bring you back into software development, then absolutely. So personally, I studied game development. I'm a game designer by training, game design and electrical engineering. But there were software components in what I studied, which means that I can come back and apply this extra field of knowledge into what we do on a daily basis. We've got chemical engineers that came in as graduates. We've got civil engineers. As long as you can code and you're passionate about programming, what you study will bolster what you have already. But the simple answer is it depends. And yes, it's possible for us to sponsor it. I think.
Thanks, Lucky.
Cool.
Yes, I see Tabang is also doing a great job of answering those questions in the chat. And they are having a conversation about using Python code. So there's a question about whether you recruit statisticians, and if you do, what positions do you recruit them for?
I don't think I'm fully knowledgeable on the type of work that statisticians do, but I think to give you a more holistic answer is that our primary function is software development, but in order to build software, we need other skills that help us build quality software. Those skills include, or those roles include business analysts. And recently we've started a data sciences or data engineering division that will focus on that. The people that work in all of these different fields, whether they're software engineers, business analysts, project managers, or data engineers, come from a variety of backgrounds. Now, this includes, as I said, other engineering fields, comes with people that come from law. Tabang himself here studied medicine and then decided, and now for some reason is studying law, right? But he's working as a software engineer because one of his qualifications is software engineering. So we believe that all of these people bring all of this knowledge and these different perspectives, and they help us build much more impactful software. So if you're a statistician, but you're interested in software or one of the fields around software, then absolutely, we will take you on.
Great, thanks so much, Lucky. So interesting. I think that's probably all we have time for from BBD, but there are lots more questions in the chat, I think, that Tabang is also answering. So we will move on to our next presenter, if that's all right with everyone. Thanks so much, Lucky. Please, guys, stick around and continue to ask questions in the chat. Just let Lucky or Tabang know if they are directed at BBD and their programs. The next group we'll be hearing from is Contour. Gillian's going to be telling us more about them. And Contour is a Durban-based fintech company that processes millions of prepayment transactions for public and private clientele monthly. They have almost 25 years of industry experience, and they want to engage with young, driven individuals to take them to the next level. So there's lots of opportunities, it sounds like. Thanks, Gillian.
Great, thanks so much, Christine. And thanks to all the students for joining us today. Let's just share screen here. Great, perfect. So firstly, I'd just like to thank all the students for making the time today to attend, and also just to congratulate you on your choice of career path. I think you need to understand that for industry, we are seeing the potential within students, and particularly UKZN graduates. So that's why we're all taking part in this, and so well done for what you've gotten yourself into so far. So let's talk a little bit about Contour. So as Christine said, we're a fintech company. We specialize in switching and transaction services, mostly in the prepayment sector. So prepaid electricity, water, as well as airtime and data. We were established in 1997, Durban-based, Durban born and bred, and we're based in Westville, not far from the Westville campus. So for Durban students, it's kind of home from home, and we're not really far from where you are. So what do we do? As I said, we are a leading supplier of online vending services nationally. Our founders were part of the original developers of prepaid electricity meters and the technology that went behind them. We linked directly into 5 major banks. So Absa, Capitec, FNB, Nedbank, Standard Bank. And we also integrated into the back end for vending with Pick n Pay, Boxer, Shoprite, Checkers, USave. We also do MTN and Vodacom airtime and data. What we also have is a mobile app, and we also have a small Android device that we supply into small retailers, small businesses, spaza shops, to allow people to be able to service communities in terms of selling electricity. We sell electricity nationwide for Eskom, and we also help out more than 30 municipalities around the country, where we help them with this, with electricity, water, account collections, traffic fines, so any of your prepayment things. The tech that we're using, we are a Microsoft house. Languages, C#, Java, SQL, JavaScript. You'd also be exposed to a number of other technologies, which you can see there, ASP.NET, MVC, .NET, REST APIs. We do some mobile app development using Xamarin. We do have some cloud computing, so if that's something that you're interested in, our cloud technology that we use is Azure, and we use Azure DevOps for our versioning and our repositories. The development methodology is Agile, so we do have daily stand-ups and we have scrums. We have 2 weekly sprint cycles, where whatever the project is would be discussed. You break up your tasks for the 2 weeks, and then you have to deliver on those. So what happens when the newcomer joins our environment? We are a pretty laid-back environment, smallish offices. New devs would come in, they would spend 2 months in an orientation program with us. During that time, they would understand more about our architecture. We'd also introduce them to our coding best practice and our processes. They would be given mini projects and things to gauge how they're grasping the concepts. And obviously there's a lot of input, daily report backs, and managers on hand to assist them if they are needing any assistance. We also work on a hybrid work environment. So we have some compulsory in-office days. The rest of the time is online with daily stand-ups on Teams. Our grads and all our developers get exposure to full stack. Like I said, we are quite small, so there is full stack exposure right through from needs documents coming through right through to go live. There's a lot of collaboration, small teams, so a lot of input, a lot of sharing of ideas. And when we have big company-wide projects, you get input from other departments as well. So from our business development, right through to the MD who would get involved, our online support team, finance, and they would all get involved in terms of giving input. So what are we looking for? We are looking for bright, eager students or graduates who would like to join our team. People that are passionate about software dev or database management or engineering. We're not just looking for devs. We're looking for people who have a can-do attitude and who want to learn and who want to make a difference. For us, attitude is everything. So we're not going to specifically say you have to only be a dev. People with different backgrounds, logical brains, and people who want to get involved, do something different, work in a team and make a difference. From what we've done, we have been able to give electricity to thousands, millions of people across the country through the technology that we are able to provide. So we are making a difference. When you can see that you've written some code and you go into the Pick and Pay and you can go and purchase a token and see the difference it makes in somebody's life. But it's about your attitude. So if you believe that you have the attitude, that you're prepared to get involved, and you want to be exposed to a lot of different things, then Contour is something that you should really, we'd love for you to come and make contact and come and join us. Things that we're offering, we offer back work. We are Durban based, so accommodation for most of you is probably quite easy. So we can offer back work across the various streams. A few years ago, we took some engineering students from Howard campus and they came and they built a smart meter from scratch right through to developing a mobile app that controlled it, where they could switch lights on and off in a house based on their little meter that they produced. And that was a back job. So we do back work. We do offer scholarships and bursaries for current and future studies. So if you're still studying in undergrad and you'd like some assistance to complete your qualification, right up to somebody who's wanting to look to go into honors. We have a grad program. So for newly graduated students who would like to stay local, want to get involved in something where they're going to have a wide exposure, we are looking at students who have just graduated, and honors and master's program bursaries with work experience and project guidance. So if you would like to, we can assist with your master's program or your honors, where we would assist with allocating a project. You could come and be based at our offices. We would give you assistance and support, and while you're doing it, you'd be able to do your online studying at the office. What makes us different? We don't have an app pod, and we don't have a 24-hour buffet like some of our other Durban compatriots do. But we're little. We were small to medium size, but it means that you're going to get individual attention. You're going to have exposure to people with a large amount of industry knowledge. We are the founders of prepayment in South Africa. So we have the brains trust. You would not be just a number. You'd be seen as an individual and you'd be given that attention. You'd be given exposure. You're not going to be put into a silo. You're going to see full stack right from needs document coming in through to drawing up specifications right through to go live. As well as seeing the whole software development lifecycle, you'd also see how business operations happen, and what it takes to start, create, operate, and grow a small to medium-sized business in South Africa as an IT company. A lot of you, I'm sure, want to go into entrepreneurship. You're not going to start out as an entrepreneur and open a multi-million-dollar global organization. You're going to have to start small. And we can show you how that gets done. You'd see from management, there is management input. You would get to see how the different departments integrate. So if you're looking at possibly going into entrepreneurship one day and opening your own organization, this could be a great stepping stone for you. Our environment, we're a nurturing environment. Like I said, we're relatively small, family-based. Everybody knows everybody. You're not a number. And it's a relaxed environment to work in. We work hard as well. There are deliverables that have to be met. But at the same time, we look after people. We like to call ourselves our own little island of like-minded individuals. And we look after our own. Our ethos, we pride ourselves on our ethics. We work a lot, as I said, in government. So we do work in the public sector, which I think we all know is pretty corrupt. And we pride ourselves on the fact that we are the little guys who are out there fighting corruption. We believe in honesty. That is the kind of pillar of our organization, honesty and ethics. But generally, it's just a really great place to work. It's a family environment. And if it's something that you are looking at getting into, all I need you to do is send me a motivation letter. Tell me what it is that you'd like to get into. So give me a bit of your background, what it is that interests you and the area that you'd like to get involved in, copy of your CV and copy of your academic results. And send them through to hr@contour.co.za, not stream specific. Okay, chemical engineering I might have a little bit of a challenge with, but other than that, we're not really stream specific. We're not really year specific. We're here to get involved with the campus. For us, it's really an exciting opportunity to get involved with the future of IT in South Africa. And the fact that you guys are just down the road is really fantastic for us too. And that's about it. Any questions? Or I don't know if Rian's been managing that line for us.
Thanks, Gillian. That was very comprehensive. It's so interesting to hear about Contour and just round the corner from campus. That's awesome. I don't see any questions in the chat, and time-wise, we do need to get going to our next presentation. But please remember, everybody, you can keep posting questions in the chat throughout. Just indicate who they are directed at in case that person has already stopped presenting, just so that they are alerted to the fact that you want to send them a question. So if you do have questions for Gillian, please pop them in the chat. We're going to move on to our next presentation, but thank you so much, Gillian. I see there's a question there from Ismail for you in the chat, if you wouldn't mind dropping in there. Thanks so much. So good to hear from you. We'll move on to our next presenter, which that's Dr. Colin Sibiya from the KwaZulu-Natal Department of Agriculture and Rural Development up in Sadara. So Dr. Sibiya, if you could tell us more about your department and the opportunities for graduates, that would be great. Over to you.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity. And the presentation I've sent through is with you over there. While we are uploading my presentation, Amesa government, a department that got the responsibility to develop the youth within the agriculture sector. So I'll just be straight to those points, because the department is more concerned about the development of youth. That is why we give the bursaries, we give the in-service, so that they'll be able to develop and also have the opportunity in the sector. I think we can go to the second slide. That is go back, please. The job preparedness program, the initiatives implemented to increase workplace opportunity for graduates. We take concern of the situation of the to graduate with a necessary job hunting scheme. It's one of the that we have within our department as on the public service department. And database which is accessible to department is to help the for internship graduate program as well as establish the database online. That is foundation is easy to go through to it. www.kznd then go to the youth, then you get all, we post everything there. The unemployed graduate database also accessible to the programs such as infrastructure, strategic project to make sure that our youth, when they finish the academic, to the next one. Next slide. The Department of Graduate Program, that included the internship. Our internship is a 2-year program. It starts with from the 1st April to it's a 2-year program. After you finish the internship, we take you through to the graduate development program. That means after the internship, that is between 2 to 3 years, depend the availability of fund. And thereafter, if opportunities are available and the mentors, we are able to appoint the graduate as a candidate scientist. It depends whether it's agriculture or engineering. For the purpose of registration, to do the agriculture activities, you must be registered or recognized by the professional body as qualified scientist.
Hi, everyone. I think you've noticed that we had some connection problems there with Dr. Sibiya. He seems to have dropped off. So I think we will just try and get back to that presentation a little bit later if we can. I think that the best thing to do right now, Dr. Sibiya, I don't know if you're able to, are you there? We were struggling to hear you.
Oh, yes, I just cut off. I do not know what is happening. And then I was indicated here to say, we also have the opportunities in this particular area that we identify as a critical. After we have gone through the internship, graduate, appointed as a candidate, thereafter, if you already are registered by your own, we also have these job opportunities. I'm just mentioning 3. Those are key, but within those, there's a various disciplines, even in agriculture, engineering, there's a various disciplines, as long as it's agriculture. Those are assigned to the project that we have, as well as the infrastructure. But we got that advertising that is a government, same a recruitment process that is open to everybody. We post in our internet. We also use the written media. Then we follow the process of interviews. You can go to the next slide, please. We also have the program that are indicated to address the issue of high rate of unemployment amongst youth and the aging of the agriculture within our sector. It's our main concern. We got a lot of farmers that are there above 65. Then we got many youth that we want to bring it to bring it in to be a part of the program. And I do not know what is happening. But what we are doing now, we got this program to put our youth. When we put our youth here, we expose them to all this program that we have. We expose them in terms of youth in infrastructure. This program will be in line with our national youth service, where the youth will be trained to maintain and repair the community investment project. I have highlighted to make the example for the few fencing, irrigation, borehole, and equipment and deep tanks. We also have the veterinary services that is dealing with the animal health, implements and equipment. Can we go to the next slide, please? We also promote to say there's no opportunity anywhere. You have tried everything. We also promoted the issue of cooperative development program. We promote to a sustainable cooperative in order to increase the number and the variety of economic enterprise within the province. Development of commodity-based cooperative model. We also, that's what we also assist. We give the training, we give the support and mentorship. We assist in the registration and compliance with all the legislation that is required and also in line with the industry requirement. We also have the agribusiness development through the CR fund. We also have the entity where we call it the agribusiness wing that is assisting any agribusiness so that it will be able to compete in the market. We also now focusing to ITC to improve connectivity and e-marketing access. The things have been changed, not just normal. This is a new thing that we are focusing on. We're also working with the agriculture sector to farm together training through agri-sector, where we're able to have a necessary skill that is required in the market. Can we go to the next slide, please? We also have the mushroom. I think you heard a lot of the initiative that started by 2005, where there was a visit to a Funhu Shrine in 2004 by His late Majesty, and also our principal and the senior managers. Then we also we establish we have agreement, and then we establish the mushroom center in our department. That Jaco technology makes use of inevitable and organic matters, as indicated, that just to promote the issue of food security. And in terms of the assessment and the environment, you find that it's very environmental friendly. In terms of this project, is easy to do. And it was ideal to address the issue of rural development. As you know, as a government department, we have the responsibility to ensure the rural development through job security, job creation, and food security, nutrition security, and so forth. That is one of our mandate. That is created a lot of youth in having some sort of a cooperative working together with this program. Up to now is one of the programs that is progressive effectively. Can we go to another slide? Okay. That is a picture to see the satellite. We do have some satellite. The money that has been invested is now is more than $1 million. You can see on your left, there's one that is indicated. Then inside here, that is one that has been just established in Setara. You can see the type of mushroom that we have. You can see the project on your right down there in the community. Those projects at this point in time, we assist you to get a market also where you're going to sell this particular product. Next slide, please. Those women that are involved, it's just a little bit of the structure. That is why we need the engineering. We need also the horticulture. You can see that room that you see here. You can see that is inside that room, actual fact, where you see an old woman going there. You can see that down there on your left, there is where they are planting now the mushroom. You can see when they are preparing the bed there, how they prepare it. You can see now how the product look like. Next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide? Yes. As you know, in agriculture, the biggest issue is access to land. That is our biggest issue. Then we use the land tenure and security issues that attach to it. But that information, you get it when you follow the issue of agri-BE, you start your own business. You'll be assisted. We've got the people on the field that are working around that. We've got advisors, we've got the researchers and so forth. Then the access to finance could be short, medium, large term, whatever, and the loan condition. We help you. We also, to facilitate to get a loan. We also assist you in terms of your project for the startup. We work with almost now, we work with Italy and other banking institutions to assist. The uptake and availability of quality input, that's what we also assist in terms of the input. They will assist with the market access. We also work with the producers organization and the cooperatives that are the organization that are also looking at the functioning of cooperatives. We also assist. The logistic in terms of value chain, all that is taken into account. We also assist when you put your project forward. And everywhere, every market, they got a certain standard that you need to meet. We also do the transfer of skill, particular entrepreneurial and also business management. We train you inside. We also assign the mentor to make sure that you have the relevant skill in terms of taking the agribusiness forward. Next slide, please. Here, I'll just speak on your left because you might not, the right also explaining the bigger one. The department now is in the process of establishing the agronomic seed and seedling program, which will be benefiting the youth in agriculture and the rural development. That is specific ring fence for that particular purpose, for the graduate to be able to be part of it. The department proposed to use its own research station to execute the plan by establishing the mega nurseries own seedling, agronomy seedling, under irrigation and fruit trees propagation. So what is happening now, we already have the plan for 2022, 23, where we'll be able to recruit the youth and be aware that in the government, we started the year from the 1st April. Therefore, the plans, the implementation start in 1st April. Then one of the internships that are already there that we advertise, a graduate development where you need to register on the system because we take them on the system, even because we know we've been involved in the internship. So that the next level after the internship is a graduate development. And then if the opportunity and the mentor is available, the other issues that is there is the issue of candidate scientists, depend to the field and the new focus that now we have, because all our meetings we done now online and so forth. And therefore we're working around it in terms of the ITC to be part of our critical skills. You can give me the last one. Actual fact, I've concluded my presentation. That is a summary of that. I do not have any part on the chat box, but if you can read over there, I can be able to respond. And even others, we can respond to you after this session. Thank you for giving us the statement. Yes.
Thanks, Dr. Sibiya. There are quite a few questions. There were questions about a few postgraduates who've said that they've applied for positions but haven't received response. There are questions about posts that require qualifications but that don't accept postgraduate students that are looking for people with BSc. So they're looking for postgraduate students asking about opportunities for them at KZN Endowed for applications. And there's a question from Pilkazi about any other opportunities beside internships and graduate programs for those who already have experience, so not straight out of university. There's another question. I don't know if you want to answer some of those to begin with. There are quite a few questions for you.
I will answer the one of they applied, but there was no response. I must acknowledge that was a pity for that one, because as a government department, we are all now new rules. The department, before they advertise, they need to identify the posts that have been advertised, even those that have been advertised. There was in between caught up with a new determination by our government to say we take those posts, we give it to our principal office of the premier, from the office of the premier to treasurer, to see whether the money that we have, the actual fact, the challenge, it was the issue of the budget cut that we face. So now we're taking phases. If you can see others that they apply some time ago, they are called after we have able to fulfill the directive in terms of that. But the intention, those posts that we advertise are needed in our position to go through, but the pace is to comply with the requirement. As you know, any organization and as a government, we are affected by that. But it's that I think they can bear with us sooner or later. Do not know how long, but those are in our human resource planning, human resource planning that need to be filled. Then the second one, if you
Hi, Dr. Sibiya, you seem to be breaking up a bit.
Dandy, we got the one in Oscar, we got about 4. So take care of the post.
Okay, sorry everybody, we have lost Dr. Sibiya. I know that there are still a lot of questions for him, but we will take those questions from the chats. And Ellie, I see that your hand is up. If you could send us that question in the chat. Sorry, Dr. Sibiya, we just need to move on with our program. We are due to have a break now, but we are still needing to hear from Amesa, the maths body, and then there's a draw. So please, everyone, stick around. Vanele and Sanele both have their hands up. Could you please put your questions in the chat if they are for Dr. Sibiya at KZN DARD, and we will try and get those questions to him so that he can communicate with you directly. Sorry, I know that there are a lot of questions for him about KZN DARD's offerings, but can we move on and hear from Amesa Maths Body? That's Daniel, who's going to be sharing with us. So just to tell you a little bit about Amesa, it's an association of mathematics education in South Africa to bring together mathematics teachers and researchers so that they can enhance teaching and learning of mathematics in our country. So a very noble aim. So can we hear from Daniel quickly, and then we will move on.
Oh, thank you so much for the opportunity. I really appreciate listening to all these presentations. Mine is slightly different because it's addressing the school learners, most of them grade 10, 11, and 12, but all these students that are studying at university were students of our program at one time. So thank you so much for having me to speak to you. First of all, can we put the first slide on? So thank you so much for the time. The first slide is Amesa itself, and it's talking about what we do. And I think we pressed on for time, so I want to go quite fast through this. I'm the Chief Education Specialist for Mathematics and Physical Science with the Department of Education, and also the chairperson for Durban Central, that is the Maths Association. And like the speaker indicated in my introduction, we're a collection of maths students, learners, teachers, researchers in this country that sort of their main focus or interest is to promote this subject through various kinds of activities. Next slide. Amesa is a national body. It's right throughout South Africa, looking at all the maths teachers and learners in the country. And the aim is to promote mathematics education in particular to enhance the quality of maths teaching and learning. And that's the objective. And we have many forums, as you can see in the slide, a collection of maths teachers. This picture was taken in Ambombulu. So teachers like this meet all over the country for various kinds of programs. And of course, there are presentations on career opportunities, and that's taken from university also, and students who want to do engineering. Some of these teachers listen to presentations from university professors and so on. In the next slide, as I go on, in the next slide, next slide, please. All right, so Amesa organizes at national level. Now, obviously, the organization, because it's a non-profit organization, it organizes activities at various levels. Now, at the national level, there's an annual conference, and this conference is an international conference. We have speakers speaking from various parts of the world on current issues and trends in maths teaching and learning, all right? And then, of course, we publish a journal every year, so it's very high-tech. It's a professional growth for maths teachers and learners, and it organizes the grade 4 to 7 maths challenges. And many of the people who are listening to me today have written the maths challenge or the maths competition, the maths Olympiad examination. And we are ourselves as Amesa, we're the body that coordinates these projects nationally. In the next slide this morning, or this afternoon. As you can see here, we promote maths teaching and learning. As you can see in this slide here, we encourage school-going kids, right, up from grade 7 to grade 12, to present talks on various aspects of mathematics, not necessarily school-going topics, but they're topics outside university on engineering or any other aspect. And so the kids come once a year to a school, and they come and they present orally, and it's a very powerful opportunity for learners to sort of exhibit their skills in knowing the content. And of course, we have a poster competition, as you can see, astrophysics and other interesting aspects. The whole idea is to express their knowledge and their content level at different forums. Okay, and the next slide now. All right, now as an Amesa body, you must know that there's so much of changes in the curriculum. So Amesa and provincial and branch level, that's where I'm involved in most of the time. And my colleague, I don't know if my colleague is here, Rocky Naidu is with me, is also part of this committee. It organizes regular meetings and workshops for members dealing with issues in maths education, such as workshops on how to teach specific topics. You must know that maths is a challenging subject and not all children can learn the same way and in the same manner. So what we try to do is to repackage the content in a way that children can understand. We're managing and implementing assessment. In other words, how do we test learners? Not only a pencil and paper test, but other forms of assessment. Focus on curriculum developments. You know that the curriculum has changed and is changing, and in a few years' time is going to change again. And then we have what you call intervention classes, and maybe I'd like to invite our university students here to assist us and come and give back to our learners and to our education fraternity something of what they have benefited from. And of course, then we have the problem-solving workshops. This is high stakes. Many parents and children, some of you are listening to me, I must have gone through the problem-solving South African Maths Olympiad, SAMO. It organizes competitions such as Maths Challenge, South African Maths Olympiads, the third round, poster competitions, and Maths Talks. Of course, these questions are not necessarily easy. Third round is really cutting edge, and very few students make it at the top. But it's a chance and opportunity for us, and also for those who are listening, to be part of this, and maybe give you my cell number so you can participate in these programs and give back to learners what you have experienced when you were in matric. The next slide. All right, here's one that shows that we regularly give teacher support, learner support. It's matric intervention classes. We pack the students, some 200 or 300 of them, and then they get, some of these schools don't have teachers. So it'll be nice to have some university students who are volunteering to come and give to the students some of their time. And then we have a maths quiz. So I spoke about Maths Talk, I've spoken about problem solving, and now matric intervention, and now I'm talking about maths quiz competition. So in other words, they're on certain questions in mathematics. And as you can see, these guys are highly strung up with a lot of blazer lapels and so on. So this is the top brass of the schools, and they come for an annual maths quiz competition. And almost the last slide, the next slide. All right, here you can see this is the third round. The third round of the Maths Olympiad is the most difficult one. As you can see, it's different schools. They come up, it's a camp that's held in September, and this competition is written countrywide all at the same time. And the questions are really high-tech and post-university or questions, really problem-solving. You've got to be somebody who's good to learn these questions. There's Professor Pillay there from UKZN and myself. So these are the kind of things that we, as an organization, will promoting the subjects. Mathematics, many of you are listening to this presentation will know that not everybody has found maths interesting, but I'd like to welcome you to come and input into our learners, or rather give them the intervention program and maybe help our students gain a deeper insight into the subject itself. So those are what we offer, and very intensive. I went very quickly through all of this, but you can contact me and we can create opportunities for you to come and share your expertise and even motivate our learners. Thank you for that presentation and for the opportunity.
Daniel, thank you so much. I saw Natasha said she has fond memories of Amesa quizzes in high school. And there's an offer there from Mtunzi to contribute as an engineering student. If there are any other questions, everyone, you'll have noticed that we are running a bit late. But if you, Natasha has asked Daniel if you would mind sharing your contact details in the chat, and says Amesa is doing an amazing job.
Yeah, thank you.
Sanele is joining us as well, and he's the maths and science teacher. So great relevance to what you've been talking about. He's also looking for any posts available. So if you know of things that qualified students who are teachers could apply for, that would obviously also be valuable. Any other questions? Remember, everyone, you are able to raise your hand as well. Otherwise, drop them in the chat. Just if we move on now, just indicate that they are for Daniel so that he knows. There's a number for everyone. Great. Thank you, Daniel. If you just check the chat, there might be more questions. The other thing we need to do is that Amesa is sponsoring a prize. So we need to get Daniel to give us 10 numbers. We'll do them one at a time, and SANRAL will help me announce the lucky draw winners that are sponsored by Amesa. So, Daniel, we need 10 numbers between 1 and 630. So these are for calculators.
Yes, these are very expensive scientific calculators. I'm just checking if my colleague Rocky is online as well. Can you just confirm if he's there?
Let's see, Rocky. Looking for you now. I don't see him popping up.
Okay. All right, let me give you the he's here.
No, unless he's under another name. But I don't see
okay, all right. Let me give you the 10 numbers. Very prized position. Can I give you?
Yes, please.
The numbers are, the first one is 9. The next one is 13. Okay. And the next, sorry, you with me?
Yes, yes.
First one is 9. The next one is 13. The next one is 14. The next one is 6. The next one is 12. The next number is 145. The next one is 201. The next one is 187. The next number is 413. And the next number is 157. Must I repeat those numbers, ma'am?
So 413 and 157. So I have 9, 13, 6,
9, 13, 14, 9, 13, 14, 6.
13, 14. Great. Thanks for confirming. 14, 6, then 12, then 145, then 201, then 413, then 157. SANRAL, could you let us know who our lucky draw winners are?
You need one more number, Shireen. 187 for 10.
187. We'll add that one.
Okay. The first number is Christine from Sano, is Veena Raghubir from, well, she's actually she's one of the exhibitors. So she's from Tukanas. Is she here? Becky, is Veena Raghubir here? Okay, I don't think she's here. Let's go on to the next number. Okay, it's another exhibitor. It's Parmesh Naidu from Zoom. I don't think he is here.
No, Parmesh is not with us anymore.
Okay. Then we have another exhibitor, Colin Subia from KZN.
That's amazing.
Okay.
Colin isn't with us anymore either.
Okay. Let's try another number. 145. Sorry, just let me just go and check. Daniel gave us the first few digits in the first page. Okay, so 145 is Siva Nosenga, and who is a student at UKZN. Becky, are you able to identify Siva Nosenga?
I don't see a Siva. S-I-V-A.
S-I-V-E Nosenga. N-O-S-E-N-G-A.
No, not with us at the moment, I'm afraid.
Okay, let me try the next number. 156. 157, is that correct? Yes, 157. We have Maxwell Mawelwa.
I don't see Maxwell.
Don't see Maxwell.
We have a friend of Siv's in the chat though, Eric. Who knows Sive?
Okay, unfortunately, terms and conditions, if they're not here, they forgo their prize to the next person. Okay, so the next number is 201. And the lucky person is Nonhlanhla Joycia. Nonhlanhla, surname Joysa. Also a student at UKZN.
She's not in the know.
Not here, okay. Let me try, I think it is 413, last number.
No, there's two more after that.
Okay, but just give it the numbers, Christine.
After 413, we have 157 and 187.
Okay, 1 second. 413, Charissa Govender. Also a UKZN student?
No.
No.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Daniel, we can hear you.
That gentleman who said there is a maths and science teacher, can we give him one for acknowledging that? And the other lady who wants to volunteer time, can we give that to her as well?
So Sanele, that will give you a calculator.
Ratisha, what's her name? She was volunteered at time. Let's give her a calculator.
It was Mtunzi Ngumalo was saying he'd love to volunteer and give back as an engineering student.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Mtunzi will give you
Can I get Christine, can I get the full name, please? If the student can put their name on chat, can you send it to me?
Mtunzi and Sanele. Okay, Sanele Mkonazi's commented in the chat, and then it will be Mtunzi.
Got it. And the other person?
Mtunzi and Kumalo. He's commented saying that he's an engineering student who would be happy to volunteer his time.
Yeah.
Okay. The other number, 187, is Ayanda Dube.
Yep, we have Ayanda. We have an Ayanda Mgluli only.
Okay. Okay, so Daniel, we went through all your numbers.
Yeah. Can I give you more?
You're asking some questions and we see who can answer questions about Amesa.
Okay, all right.
Those who raise their hands.
Yeah, let's ask it like, let's ask the question like this. Is there anybody who was involved in any maths Olympiad or maths challenge competition or presented a maths talk? We'll give all of them. The first 7, I suppose. Because you've given 3 already. Anybody that was involved in this, it is coming up quite fast now. Anybody that was involved. Can somebody help me to take care of that?
Christine, I think they have to raise their hands. It will make it easier. The first.
Okay, we've got Amanda, we've got Fazana, Spinello Piccini, and Pilani Gianni, Natasha Pillay. How many more names do you need, Lena? Zahara Muhammad.
We only gave 3 so far, I think, so we can give 7 away.
Okay, so.
If you could just read the names, then we'll capture it. Other than that, we should.
So Amanda Ngema, Fazana Muhammad, Spinello Piccini, Pilani Gianni, Natasha Pillay, Eden, I'm not sure what your last name is, Eden, but it would be you, Zahara Muhammad, and then
Christine,
that's 7.
Yeah. Christine,
yes.
We have 20 calculators altogether, and because these students have taken interest to raise their hand, I'd like to appeal to you to give all 20 of them. We've given 20 calculators.
So we'll also give one then to Kayleen Pillay, Semen, I hope I'm saying that right. Ramesh Wanath, Trisha Suktio, Navaria Naidu, Muhammad Baji.
The moment you come to 20, you'll have to stop because that's what we have given, 20 calculators. So the number 20 will be the final number there.
So number 14 would be Nomvula Morchela, sorry. I didn't do a good job of that name. Then we'll have Nombuso Hadebe as 15, Kalish Pillay, number 16, Piwan Kosi Shabalala, 17, Muhammad Yusuf Mia, 18, Semaine Primraj, 19, and then the last one will be Priyashini Dava. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. That was very good. Thank you, Christine, for the opportunity. I appreciate that.
Of course, Daniel, thank you so much for your time. It's great to hear about Amesa's work and great to see how much participation there has been with students from UKZN. Right, everyone. So back to our program. We are supposed to have a break, but we are running over time. And since we are supposed to finish this session in about 50 minutes, we are just going to continue straight into our third and final session. So our first presenter in that session, and please remember to stay right till the end for the lucky draw. The first presentation in this session comes from Elsevier. We've got Dineshri and John who are here, and I think Sarah as well. No, Sarah, sorry. You are late at SACNASP. We've got Dineshri and John from Elsevier. Elsevier is a global leader in information and analytics. They help researchers and healthcare professionals advance science and improve health outcomes for the benefit of society. And they do this by facilitating insights and critical decision-making for customers across the global research and health ecosystems. So go for it, Dineshri.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much to Lena, as well as you, Chris, for allowing us to present at your prestigious conference. We're always happy to be a part of PRIS at UKZN. And it was really wonderful hearing about Amesa, because I myself participated in Amesa when I was at school as well. So it was good memories, and it's nice to see how many people rely on that program to promote mathematics in South Africa. It's a very important program. But today I'm here to talk about my company, Elsevier, which is one of the world's largest publishers of scientific medication and medicine publications, as well as it is one of the oldest publishers in the world. UKZN being a subscriber of many of the Elsevier products. Today I'm here just to speak about Science Direct and Scopus specifically, because this generally impacts researchers the most. So I know that you're running short on time, so I'm just going to give you a brief overview of these products for those that may have not used it before, and kind of give you an idea of how to get in touch with us if you do use it and you have any questions. Okay, so we're going to start with the research cycle. And what we have here is an infographic that kind of explains the different phases that researchers go through when they are conducting their research. They go through a discovery phase, building their resources, organizing resources, writing and citing, and getting cited. So in every phase, you do have products that can help make the process a bit more efficient and make basically help you to save time by using the artificial intelligence embedded in all of these platforms. And luckily, UKZN has made these platforms available to you. In the discover phase, we recommend the product Scopus. In building your resources, Science Direct. In organizing and writing and citing, we recommend Mendeley Reference Manager. And to get cited, we recommend both Scopus and Science Direct. So just to give you an idea why these products are basically recommended to help navigate these phases. For discovery, Scopus is the world's largest abstract and citation database of peer-reviewed literature, which simply means that when you go onto this database, you will be able to see abstract and citation information from various publishers from all over the world and from a historical base all the way to today. So researchers basically use Scopus to discover research, to promote their own research. They update their profiles on Scopus, which is also used by funding bodies and ranking institutes to evaluate researchers and universities. So you can find research on Scopus, you can find author profiles, you can find university profiles, kind of answer questions like what's trending in research, what are the hot topics, what peer-reviewed literature is available, and also which journals are available on Scopus, because the journal list on Scopus is a curated list, and it helps you with journal selection for where you would like to publish, as well as to give you a reference list of journals that could be considered trustworthy to you because they have been through a rigorous evaluation process. So if you are looking for journals to read and trustworthy content, you will definitely refer to Scopus. For building your resources, we recommend Science Direct, because Science Direct is the database that hosts the full text articles and book content that is published by Elsevier or its society partners. The difference in these two products, this is a database that hosts abstract and citation information. It's a discovery tool and an analytics tool, but Science Direct is where you will find Elsevier published research. Okay, and then for Mendeley, Mendeley is a free reference manager, which can help you to store all of your references in your own personalized library, as well as it automates the referencing process. I know that referencing can be very difficult and time consuming. So with using a tool like an automatic reference manager, it will basically help you to do your citations and bibliography for you. Then to get cited, the overall goal is to make your research visible, to get cited. So we recommend both Scopus and Science Direct. For Scopus, for the reasons of it being on this global database, we would recommend that you use journals that's available on the Scopus source list to ensure that your research is available on Scopus. And to get cited, we also recommend Science Direct because this is where Elsevier publications are hosted. We have 25 million monthly unique visitors for Science Direct. So it's also a good place for you to have your research found. Okay, this is just a slide telling you about some of the coverage of Scopus. Like you can see, it's covering physical sciences, health sciences, social sciences, and life sciences. There are 24,610 peer-reviewed journals available on Scopus, but there are also trade publications, there's conference proceedings, there's book content, and you'll also find gold open access journals clearly noted on Scopus for you. We also have preprints available on Scopus, which are the latest research that you can find on a topic is also indexed on Scopus for you. Scopus is indexing more than only Elsevier content. It's indexing more than 7,000 different publishers. You can see on this pie graph, the different percentage of content that's indexed on Scopus from different publishers. All of the journals have to apply to be indexed on Scopus, including the Elsevier journals. They have to meet a minimum selection criteria to be indexed on Scopus, and it must pass an independent content selection and advisory board's review to be indexed on the platform. You have a global representation of content on Scopus. Like you can see, there's content from Africa, Europe, North America, Latin America, Asia, Pacific, and more. And historical depth. So kind of doing a search on Scopus is going to give you a broad understanding of a topic. You're going to see a historical content. You're going to have relevant, more recent content. You're going to have a global view and a publisher neutral set of search results available on Scopus. It's considered the gold standard. It's recognized for excellence by 5,000 customers, including 150 leading research organizations like the Times Higher Education University rankings, as well as QS World University rankings. And then Science Direct, just a few facts on Science Direct for you. There's 18 million articles and chapters on Science Direct, more than 2,650 peer-reviewed journals, more than 42,000 ebooks, and 362,000 topics pages. These days, if you had to go and enter in a topic into Google that's related to something in research, you more often than not will find the Science Direct topics page being one of your first results. It's a free feature on Science Direct that will give you a definition of a term, as well as the book chapters that's related to that particular term. So there's a lot of features on these platforms that can help you interconnect your research, find collaborators, find relevant and trustworthy content. And we do offer training sessions throughout the year. If you wish to have a training session personally, you can always reach out to your librarian or to your course administrator, and we can arrange this for you. If you're from a research group and you want a training for your research group, you can reach out to us. I will put my email address into chat. If anyone has any questions, feel free to email me. Thank you so much. Nina, I am done. Hope that gives you a bit more time for the rest of your sessions.
Thanks, Dineshri. That does help. Everyone who's listening in, there is, Dineshri's put her contact details in the chat. So if you would like to get in touch, I'll give a minute or so, just if anyone wants to raise their hand and ask a question.
Thanks.
If there's anything. Sure. It was an interesting presentation. Thank you. Great. Great. Dineshri, if anyone has any questions, I think they'll pop them in the chat or contact you directly. So we will move on to the presentation from Sasol that Pragma is going to be sharing with us. So I think that most people will be familiar with Sasol, but it's an international integrated chemicals and energy company. Through its talented people, it uses selected technologies to safely and sustainably source, produce, and market chemical and energy products competitively to create superior value for customers, shareholders, and other stakeholders. They develop and commercialize technologies and build and operate world-scale facilities to produce a range of high-value product streams, including liquid fuels, chemicals, and lower carbon electricity. They employ 31,270 people across 32 countries. So hopefully lots of opportunities for graduates. So take it away, Pragma.
Thank you, Christine. Can you hear me clearly?
I can, yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit congested, so if I do cough, my apologies beforehand. With me, I've got my colleague, Dr. Plodi Molala, and she's on the chat group. And just to give you some background, I manage an engineering team in our research and technology division of Sasol. So I'm a manager of engineers and got an engineering background, and Dr. Plodi is actually a scientist by background, and she's our manager for capacity development. So such things like our graduate development programs, etc., she is quite the expert in it. So I'm here to explain our graduate development program, and as you can see, our tagline at the bottom here is that we need to position for a sustainable future. In Christine's introduction to us, you know that we are fuels and chemicals business, and we do that by actually using coal as our feedstock. So we're not exactly the most clean production company at the moment, but we want to actually move towards a cleaner, more sustainable fuel source. And therefore, it's a very exciting time actually in Sasol, because that is the platform that we want to develop towards. In our graduate development program, as Christine mentioned, we're quite a large company. So therefore, we have different divisions, different departments. And when you do come into the company, you can actually get into the company. And therefore, the graduate development program is developed so no matter where you end up in the organization, you have a standardized program to follow. for all the graduates and scientists that go through that. It's very formalized and structured, and it is also tailored to cater across the geographical areas that's been highlighted. It's very comprehensive, so you get the skill set that is required for you to build a strong foundation in a future career at Sasol. It's competency driven, and that is actually assessed through various interventions through the program, so you can actually guide the individual and support their development and close any gaps that is required. It's also practically orientated. So in other words, your technical fundamentals that you have already coming out of university is a given, and what we try to do is utilize that in a practical manner where you give an opportunity to practice your skills in the real world. So a minimum of your 70% of your time is on practical on-the-job training. You get a lot of coaching and mentoring as well, and then you may have some 10% formal classroom training, which is basically a reinforcement of what you may have learned at university, but also to give you that formal skill set on the softer skills that is required to perform in your career. And lastly, it's aligned with business. Our organization is a vacancy-driven organization. So the point is to develop that strong foundation that no matter where you go in the organization, you have that core set of skills that is going to enable you to grow further. So broadly speaking, we have 3 graduate development programs: the engineering GDP, our scientist, and mining GDP. In the engineering side, it's discipline focused, meaning that it is based on the discipline that you come from, be it mechanical, civil, electrical, process, chemical. Competency based in that it focuses on the skills that we believe you require to grow a successful career at Sasol. And you get exposed to operations, the projects, and the design environment as well. In terms of the scientist skills, also very much competency-based, and then you get an opportunity to actually move towards our research and development areas. That's the department that Dr. Plot and myself come from, and also support in terms of plant support and improvements. Our mining GDP, again, focuses on our different disciplines within the mining environment. But the difference here, I think, compared to the other 2 GDPs, it's also very much focused on the legal compliance that's required in the mining environment. So it builds up those competencies you need in terms of government certifications that are required in order to grow your career. So that's a quick summary of our graduate development program. And then this is a bit more detail that goes into it. It's a typical 3-year program for an undergrad. It can be shortened if you have a postgrad qualification. And the reason for that is that some of the skills that you would have picked up in doing your postgrad qualification can be applied into the workplace, and we give recognition for that. Your first year is to actually expose you to operations. That is the money spinner in Sasol. They make our money, and that is our core business. So you get close to our operations department, and you do a lot of technical support to our operations. And these little triangles on the assessment is those milestones that where we actually do an assessment to ensure that you're growing in the competency skills that we require you to do. In year 2, you get exposed to the engineering and projects environment. So it's about implementing those capital projects, making modifications, and just overall getting those project skills and project management skills you would require to grow your career further. And lastly, in the 3rd year, you get the opportunities to specialize. That is, you've had a good opportunity to rotate amongst the various departments in Sasol. You therefore can get the opportunity to choose where you'd like to go, or you end up going to your home base just to normally there's a need to apply your skills in that environment. But over these 3 years, you get a good exposure across the board as to what Sasol does, and that'll set you up into your chosen career path as you go forward. As I mentioned, the training is focused around your technical skills and soft skills, and you are given the support you require to get embedded into the workplace. It's not easy coming from a the university into a working environment. And there is enough support around you to ensure that you actually grow as an individual and in your career. So you get support from the business area that you're actually assigned to. You get your GDP specialist, like Dr. Poladi, who will look after and ensure that there's the necessary rotation that is happening. You've given a buddy. So as you join the organization, you've given someone that is just recently joined or been around the system, so they can help you navigate systems, especially in a large organization. It's not always easy to find that. And you have an opportunity to select a mentor amongst a number of people that will help you grow. And then you get the support from the Discipline Center of Expertise. So if you're a process engineer or a civil engineer, there is someone functionally that is looking after the technical skills that you got. So that's on the engineering side. Similarly, we have our Science Graduate Development Program. The philosophies are basically very similar. So it's also aimed to develop and empower high-performing individuals, also from 24 to 36 months, depending on your qualifications and how well you build up your competencies. And you get the opportunity to rotate across the different business units that our scientists operate in to get that exposure. And likewise, you get the competency assessments at periodic levels. And similarly, we have our mining graduate program. I'm not going to go through the details because, as I mentioned, the philosophy is largely the same. But the difference here is that this is also geared up to ensuring that you get the legal certifications required to work in the mining environment. Added to this, Sasol also does postgraduate bursaries, and we support and sponsor some research activities in the various areas. And as I mentioned earlier, if you do have a postgrad and you enter a career at Sasol, you can actually reduce your graduate development program because the skills you pick up in doing your postgraduate work is applicable in the workplace as well. And then here listed is just broadly some of the broad topics that we tend to support in terms of our research activities across the board. So I must admit, I've already been at Sasol for about 20 years. It's in a very exciting place to actually work at, and it gives you a broad variety of experience. So you are not necessarily confined to your the degree you started off with. You can branch out into, it gives you lots of multiple options to branch your career out and build your career out in different areas as well. So thank you, Christine, and thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to present the opportunities that we actually share at Sasol. And good luck to all the students in the future. We look forward to actually meeting you all someday when you'll enter the workplace. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much, Pragma. There were quite a few questions in the chat box about different opportunities. I don't know if they've all been answered. I know Bloody has been answering a couple.
She's quite busy on that, yeah.
Yes.
But if you'll just keep an eye out on the Sasol websites and the various social medias, we tend to do list any opportunities that come up on those websites where you can apply for either bursaries or work opportunities as well. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Pragma. We'll move on to SACNASP now. I see Sarah's already started sharing her screen. Many of you who are doing science degrees will know, for natural science, will know SACNASP. They're the Registration and Regulation Authority for Natural Science Professionals in South Africa, established in 1982 through the Natural Scientists Act, which has evolved into the Directives of the Natural Scientific Professions Act, just so you know. This council is mandated as the accounting authority to implement the provisions of this act under the oversight of its executive authority, the Minister of Science and Innovation. To date, the SACNASP covers 25 fields of practice and is represented by 53 accredited voluntary associations, and it represents over 14,000 natural scientists. I know we often see you around campus. So over to you, Sarah, to tell us more.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Christine. I think we can now skip through the first few slides. So a very quick overview. We are the statutory body, as Christine said, and we register scientists in 3 categories, which is professional natural scientist, certificated natural scientist, and candidate natural scientist. Just excuse me for one moment. I just have to close the door. Sorry, someone's doing something outside. My apologies for that. So we report to the Department of Science and Innovation, and on a 5-year basis, we present our strategic vision to them. And our current strategic goals are as follows: to proactively advise government and relevant stakeholders on the contributions and role of the natural science profession in South Africa, to enforce high professional and ethical standards, to promote the natural science professions and science engagement in South Africa, to promote the professional development of transformation of natural science sector. And what was very interesting this year, we have racially transformed very significantly, but for the first time this year, we actually had more female registered scientists in the year than male. And we also wish to foster a culture of good corporate governance. So, for those of you who wish to register, the requirements are, as a candidate natural scientist, which I suspect most of you will be, is a recognized 4-year degree or a 2-year diploma or equivalent with no work experience. So as you go through the process of your registration with us, a certificated natural scientist is someone with a 2- or 3-year diploma or equivalent. And then a professional natural scientist is a 4-year diploma, 4-year degree or equivalent, master's or PhD. And if you have your PhD, or your master's, you require less work experience. We do have RPL, and that's for applicants who don't have quite the right science qualification, but they've had more than 10 years work experience. So these are our fields of practice. It's about 24 at the moment, and includes anything from agricultural science to food science to soil science. The list is fairly complete. And then these are the voluntary associations. So the voluntary associations are very important to us because they provide a lot of our training interventions, and we support them by subsidizing their training events. And they've also helped us a lot with our continuing development program activities. So there's about 12, well, we identified 12 real reasons to register with any professional body. So be it EXA, be it the Health Council, be it SACNASP. I mean, there is the legal compliance. Many organizations now require a SACNASP registration in order for people to just apply for a position. And it's your recognition as a professional. When you are registered, your application has gone through a fairly complex process, and it is reviewed by peers within your field of practice. It gives public confidence in you as a scientist and your marketability. So going back to the sort of human resource side of things, often what we hear from human resource people is that knowing that someone is registered doesn't make their life easier, but it does eliminate some of the admin because they know that qualifications have been assessed, they know that IDs have been assessed, and to some extent work experience also. There is a code of conduct which gives trust in ethical values, and we also input to government, which is, I think, something that people are not aware of. We have been responsible for a couple of reports that we have sent to the department. We have a networking portal. For those who will end up being consultants, we also have favorable rates, professional indemnity insurance. We advertise any positions on our website and on social media. I've already mentioned a little bit about the voluntary associations. And I think going back to what the previous presenter said, we facilitate a candidate mentor program, where we guide candidates through a training program. And we also have a continuing professional development program. So your professional body guides you through your career. So you have to look at what the skills you have, what skills do you need, and how can you get help. So if you look at this little infographic, it's really about you leave your university, your higher education at about in your early 20s, and then you're working till you're 65. So the processes between leaving university and 65 means that you need to keep on learning. So we have the candidate mentor program, which is normally a 3-year program, and then the continuing development program that follows on from that. So if you look at the candidate mentor program, often where we find the technical competencies in the field will come either from your voluntary association or from your employer. Where we step in is on these other 5. So, for example, business management, legal and ethical training, written and verbal communication skills. And I think it's been very important over the last 2 years how scientists do communicate. I think the pandemic has shown a lot of miscommunication as well as some excellent good communication. Technology and IT skills, well, we've also learned a lot about that over the last few years, and then emotional intelligence and soft skills. So then moving on from that, we have the continuing development program, which then grows from the CMP. This is where you go through a cycle of activities, be it there's category 1, which is your development, that's your technical learning. Category 2, your work, and category 3 is really anything else that you think might further your career. And so similar to the previous infographic, you need appropriate training at the right level, adequate and relevant work experience, and now as you're growing through your career, your communication skills must develop. You need management and strategic skills. You need to start managing people. You need to start thinking ahead. Ethical behavior, well, that's always essential, and a high attention of detail and quality of work. I'll just talk a little bit about regulation. A scientist is bound by a code of conduct, and what your professional body does is it protects you. So if you are registered, for example, with us, and there is somebody claims that you've done something wrong, we have to investigate their claim, and we have to protect you if you have been accused incorrectly, and we have to protect the profession if in fact the person was right. So we do all of this, and that's free of charge. So it's almost like an insurance policy for the scientist. And you look at the code of conduct, and I think we all, in any position that we're in, we all have to sit down and say to ourselves sometimes, am I being ethical? Am I being respectful? Am I following the code? Am I being honest? And am I working with integrity? Last few slides now. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the student enrollment has not been as productive as it used to be. We used to go into the universities and talk to students and get other younger scientists to talk to them. But the whole idea is that any natural science student in their final year can enroll with us. You get access to our networks, guidance on the benefits of professional registration, and we also include students in that soft skills training that I talked about a bit earlier. We also have an online training portal, which is mainly for CPD, but there's a lot of training in there which people find useful, and I think 98% of it is free. We have co-written with the HSRC a couple of reports. These are the ones I talked about earlier that go to the DSI. The first brief was entitled the South African Council of Natural Scientific Professions, and its voluntary associations in the National System of Innovation. And the second one, which is we're actually having a meeting about on Monday, was entitled The Tracking of Employed, Unemployed and Underemployed Natural Science Graduates. And this was a very interesting document, which we will publish hopefully in the early part of next year. And then finally, we have public dialogue, we have panel discussions, webinars. Keep an eye on our Facebook pages and our websites, because we're trying to hold 2 or 3 webinars every quarter about many things. We just did one on ethics and trying to cover topics that are relevant. I think the next one is going to be on the value and the importance of effective communication in science. And we also hold our own networking sessions. I've tried to go through that as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, my colleague was unable to monitor the chat because they've had awful problems with power. Pretoria is practically without power. So thank you very much. I'll put my email address in the chat. So if you have anything specific, then you could just send it directly to me.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks everyone for joining. Don't see any questions there specifically for Sarah. There is one saying, what is CPD? That would be continued professional development for your qualified scientists, I think.
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Nambusa asks if you can clarify the application process.
It's all online. If you go to our website, you would go through to register on our portal. It's probably something that I can explain easier over an email or a one-on-one, because we just have to take you through the processes. So if you want to send me a quick email, then I can drop you a different presentation that talks you through that process.
Perfect. If you can drop your email address in the chat box, if you're happy to, Sarah, then that would be great. Or just send it to Nambusa. Oh, there we go. Great. All right. Thanks, everyone. If you don't have any more questions for Sarah, we'll move on to our next presentation. Hang in there. We only have 4 more organizations that we're going to hear from. So, and then there will be another lucky draw. So don't go anywhere. We're now going to hear from SANRAL, the South African National Accreditation System, the only national accreditation body responsible for carrying out internationally recognized and effective accreditations in respect of conformity assessment, as mandated through the Accreditation for Conformity Assessment, Calibration and Good Laboratory Practice Act. And the value that SANRAL accreditation adds to South Africa includes economic value and legal protection. So Shadrach is going to tell us a bit more about that. So over to you, Shadrach.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you see my presentation well?
We can see it. It isn't in presenter view. We can just see 2 slides next to each other. So I don't know if you want to make them full screen.
Okay, because on my side it is okay. I just okay. Can you just give me a minute? Is it better now?
Yes, Shadrach, we can just see 1 slide, so you just need to start the slideshow.
Okay. My computer is not responding. I don't know what is it that you can see, but if I can move to, which slide are you able to see now?
Shadrach, if you don't mind, I can share it on my side.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, this is my my presentation. My name is Shadrach Pope. I work for the SANRAL, which is the South African Accreditation System. Quickly, I'm going to take you through my presentation, which I titled Accreditation Enhancing Quality of Research Data. With scientists in the room, I'm sure all of you are very familiar with what is the research and the use of research data. If you can move on to the second slide. Those are the things that I will quickly try to cover: the importance of research and the role of accreditation in research and the use of research data, and then I will have a concluding statement. We all know the role of research is to inform action, gather evidence for theories, and contribute to developing knowledge in a field of study. I think a good example, which is quite topical at the moment, is the COVID-19 and the work that SAPRA is doing in terms of registering products that are being used for vaccination. Before the meeting today, I was involved in an inspection of one of our facilities that is based in West Africa, in Benin. They do malaria studies. So as the only monitoring authority in the continent that performs inspection for malaria research facilities. So we do have 3 that we've already given compliance in the continent. So they do research work on malaria type of studies with the aim of registering much needed products with the WHO. So as I said already, we know the importance of research. And of course, it allows us to live healthier and longer lives. Scientific research is also important for dispelling false claims or weak research. So if you can move on to the next slide. This is now we will be talking about what is the role of accreditation in research. We all know that quality management system is the mainstay of accreditation. So every time when we talk about accreditation, we talk about the quality management system, which is a set of policies, processes, and practices for planning and execution in the core business. So in this case, we'll be talking about research, depending on the type of research that a company will be conducting. So if you do have a management system in place, it helps one to do certain activities repeatedly the same way, because you use standard operating procedures. And all the quality management systems that are available in the world, they are based on a particular standard, whether it's a local standard or international standard. So I just listed a couple of standards that we as SANRAL, we accredit facilities to. One is the IAC 17025. That one is for testing laboratories. And the OECD GLP is for research facilities conducting non-clinical safety studies. So the malaria research facility that I gave example of, they are given compliance to the OECD GLP principles of GLP. And then we do have facilities that also do studies which are clinical in nature. So they can be given compliance to good clinical practices. So these are some of the international standards that we as SANRAL, we do offer compliance or accreditation to. And then we do have another one, which is a combination of your of GLP and then GCP, then it's called GCLP. So these are research facilities that are doing good clinical laboratory practices. Good, it's a combination of GLP, which is for non-clinical studies, and of course GCP, which for clinical studies. Next slide. And the role of accreditation in research, what is it that we do as a monitoring authority when we go to a facility? If it's a research facility that is performing studies for whatever type of study that they do, we look at the competence of personnel in. So what Sarah was presenting now on SACNASP, for an example, you will look at the scientists that are working in that facility. Are they registered with a particular body? In the country, we do have regulations that require certain types of people that are working in a facility to be registered with a professional body. So if it's a medical related study, you expect individuals to be registered with HPCSA. If it's a pure science, then SACNASP will be, you look at that, although maybe in some cases there's no requirement that really says the people that are working in this type of field all of them must be registered with a particular organization. But we do look at the qualifications of people, whether they are registered with a body. We look at the equipment that are being used in the facility, if they are being calibrated and they are being qualified before they are being put into use. The facilities itself, if it's in good condition, consistency. So this is what I was talking about. If you established a management system based on whatever standard that you have implemented, it gives you that consistency that every day when you do a particular activity, you will be doing it the same way over and over. Whether you employ new people in your research facility, they will come in, they know in this company, this is how we do this certain test or this certain activity, because you do have a standard operating procedure that explains each and every activity that you do in your facility. And then accreditation or compliance to a particular standard, it helps the facility to produce accurate results over and over again. So that's the beauty of a facility that is accredited. If I may go back to the example that I was telling you about with the WHO facilities that are doing malaria in West and in East Africa, the WHO requires these facilities to be GLP compliant. Reason being, it makes the registration of these new products very quickly, and the data is reliable, and the whole process is shortened. That's what they said in terms. That's why they require all these malaria facilities to be GLP compliant. That applies also for testing facilities that may be accredited to 17025. It helps them to produce accurate results. The data is reliable. You know, there's accountability for the work that has been performed. Can you move on to the next slide? Every government across the globe, their duty is to protect the well-being of its own citizens. So our government is no exception. Their role is make sure that we as citizens, we are well protected, whether it's in case of food that we eat, water that we drink, the air that we breathe, the environment, and you know, all the different fields that SACNASP was showing you not so long. That's the role of government, is to make sure that they take decision based on science. And that's the word or the statement that we've had since the beginning of the COVID-19 last year, that science-based decisions. So government relies on these facilities that are performing different kinds of research. In order for them to take a decision, they rely on data generated by these test facilities. So this is where accreditation comes in. And we do have facilities in the countries that, or a regulation from a particular department to say, we are only going to work with research facilities or organizations that have been accredited by SANRAL. So the government, in short, is saying, we'll only rely on data generated by facilities that are accredited. So that's the same message that I was telling you, or the same decision that WHO took with regard to the malaria research facilities, to say we are only going to consider data that came from these facilities that are GLP or OECD GLP compliant. So that's the role of research and the use of data. It's more useful for government to take an informed decision, and of course for risk management. So you can move on to I think it will be my last slide. This is the statement that was uttered some years ago by Senator Kennedy in the States. This was the beginning of the OECD GLP when it was birthed in the States at the FDA. He said then, after a study that was done, because there was a product that was being registered, it was a cosmetic product by a pharmaceutical company in the States. But while the data was being reviewed by FDA, which is equivalent of our SAPRA here, they found that there were so many things that were not done correctly for that study. For an example, the animals that were dosed by a particular product to test if the product is safe or not, they died during the course of the study, but the final report didn't talk about the animals that died. So a commission of inquiry was established by the government of US, and then there was an outcome of that inquiry. So this is what Senator Kennedy said right at the end while the report was being issued or being read out, that accurate science is the best protection the American people have from an unsafe and ineffective drug supply. Inaccurate science, sloppy science, fraudulent science, these are the greatest threats to the health and safety of American people, whether the science is wrong because of clerical error or because of poor technique, or because of incompetence or because of criminal negligence, is less important than the fact that it is wrong. So this inquiry led then to the development of the OECD principles of GLP that are being used by research facilities that are conducting non-clinical health studies. So hence, all the other standards that followed, like your 17025, which is for testing laboratories, they emanated, based on something that was done from the FDA and APA in the States in order to protect the well-being of people, or then it was America, its citizens. So that's my presentation. In short, this is what we do as an organization, as SANRAL. We do go out and accredit laboratories and food-related facilities and research facilities. And of course, when we do that, as I said, we are using different standards depending on the type of work that each organization will be performing. And in our work, of course, we do work very closely with regulators, like I mentioned, the likes of SACNASP, HPCSA, and other regulators that are available. Some of them, they require accreditation, or they made it mandatory. So when we go out with them, we do make sure that they do comply with the regulations that are available. Thank you very much, and good luck, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Shadrach. Unfortunately, we are out of time for questions, and I don't see any in the chat at the moment. But Shadrach, maybe if you and your team can keep an eye on that, and if there are any, if you could answer them. But thank you so much for your presentation. We've got 3 more to go, everyone. And so the next presentation is from the South African National Roads Agency, who sponsored one of our earlier prizes that is about the educational support program. And so I'm going to hand over to Rona to take us through that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to our fellow presenters, exhibitors, everybody who has joined this afternoon, and thank you to UKZN for welcoming us and allowing us to do this presentation. So today I would like to speak to you about the educational programs or support programs that SANRAL have. We have quite a few students at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, so I think students are aware of what we have to offer, but just to touch base on that again. A brief background on who we are and what we do. The South African National Road Agency Limited is responsible for developing, improving, maintaining, and managing the national road network, which at 31 March 2020 comprised of 22,207 kilometers with an estimated value of 400 billion rand. This is considered one of South Africa's largest infrastructural assets. Mobility is central to our society. The national road network connects our cities, towns, and rural areas, and it connects people to jobs and services, supporting economic growth and social development, providing all South Africans with access to safe, intelligently designed and well-maintained roads is at the heart of what we do at SANRAL. But we also deliver a little bit more, and that's what I'm here to talk to you about. So we have the scholarship program, and this is for learners who are from grade 8 and to grade 12. We've had a policy change in this environment, in the skills development environment. So previously we would only offer the scholarships to learners who are grade 10 to 12, and it would be focused on maths and science specifically. But we have now changed that environment, and now learners from grade 8 to grade 12 can apply for the scholarship. So this is an investment for skills that starts with development and supporting through our scholarship program. These scholarships will be awarded to learners who aspire for an all-round academic excellence, are South African citizens, and have an overall aggregate of 60%. The scholarships are granted based on academic merit and financial need. Now, to give you some more information, what the scholarship covers. It covers, depending on the outcome of the means test, the scholarship will cover the following in full: registration, school fees, the hostel, school and sport uniforms, stationery, transport, and books. Tuition cost will be paid directly to the school on the submission of the school statements. School and sport uniforms, books, and stationery will be paid based on invoices submitted. Where a full scholarship is awarded, scholarship holders are not allowed to have any other form of funding. So the minimum requirement is the learner must be a South African citizen, registered at an endorsed South African school. The learner must be in high school, grade 8 to 12, irrespective of subject choice. So that has been changed in the new policy. The learners must meet, the learners must meet the minimum requirement of a 60% overall average. The scholarship application must be completed in full, and all supporting documents must be enclosed. And then to further add on our offerings, we have the external bursaries. So SANRAL aims to support deserving qualifying students in the field of transportation, infrastructure, engineering, and its related professions in the built environment. Smart technologies, public service, public sector infrastructure development, administration, and other professions related to the core business of SANRAL. Now, those who are familiar with the SANRAL bursary will know that we previously only used to sponsor students who are from the civil engineering environment. And though that is still our core function and our core focus, we have expanded it to different sectors to the business of the SANRAL business. Sorry, just to go back there. Students who are at universities of technologies, and TVETs can now apply for a SANRAL bursary. That is also one of the policy items that have changed. We previously didn't have learners at TVETs, and we are hoping with our new intake that we would be able to cover that ground too. How do you know if you qualify for a bursary? A student at university that apply, if you are already at university, you need a 60% overall average. A matriculant needs a 70% overall average. Bursaries are for undergraduate and postgraduate students. Awards will be made in line with the SANRAL Employment Equity Transformation Policy objectives. The applicant's financial situation will be considered. Applicants with other bursaries will be disqualified. Students with disabilities are invited to apply. Bursary recipients will have the opportunity to apply for on-the-job training. And how do you know that you qualify to apply for the bursary? You need to be a South African citizen. You need to be accepted for the studies that you applied for in the bursary application. Proposed study aligned with the qualifications outlined in the application, meet the academic requirements, not older than 35, and enrollment for full-time studies. And what does the bursary offer? So depending on the outcome of the means test, the bursary is either a full bursary or a partial bursary. So it covers, if you have a full bursary, if you've been approved for a full bursary, it covers registration and tuition, the accommodation, study material and equipment, and accommodation would be on campus or private accommodation, study material and equipment, food, your living allowances, and access to a wellness program. A partial bursary is the registration and tuition, accommodation, and access to a wellness program. What we have what we are planning for future, and hopefully we can pilot the programs next year, is in addition to what we already offer our bursary students, is a tutoring service where students can make use of a tutoring service, a registered service provider. And also we would like to invest in helping our students get their learner's license and their driver's license, because it's so important nowadays when you enter the job market. If there is any additional questions and you need any additional information, you are most welcome to send your queries and questions to the scholarships at nra.co.za or externalbursaries.nra.co.za. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rona. That was great. There are a couple of questions I see in the chat box. I don't know if you've seen them. They are questions about bursaries, whether these are available to high school students, if it's still open for high school students for next year. And the other question was, are there bursaries for international students?
If I could answer, right now the application is closed for 2022. You needed to have applied between June and September for 2022. So you only apply next year for 2023. Unfortunately, the policy provisions do not allow us to, or doesn't currently allow us to look at students who are non-South African.
Great, thanks, Rona. And then last question, does SANRAL support Masters in Information Technology?
I would suggest to anybody who would like to apply for the bursary to do so. You would have an opportunity to motivate how you think that your application or the qualification that you are doing is related to our business, and how it will add value to not just the business of SANRAL, but to the industry in general.
Perfect. Thank you, Rona. That was a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll move on to our next presentation. Rona, I see there's a question from Sanelli in the chat, if you want to maybe get it there.
Thank
and
you.
from Damien. Sure.
Sorry,
thanks so much, Rona.
Sorry,
and then,
Christine. Sorry,
yes,
Christine,
Lena.
just 1 second. Rona, please don't go.
Okay, I won't.
Yes.
Do we have another draw? Shall we do the draw now, Lena?
Yes, because SANRAL is the sponsor for the second laptop.
Great. Someone was asking earlier where the second computer was. Now's the time.
Now is the time, Christine. So Rona, show us your face so we can get your reaction.
Okay,
so you have two choices. So you have two choices, Rona. One is you can either give us a lucky number and Sino will check her spreadsheet. Or two, you can ask a question about SANRAL and see who answers the question. And Christine, the first person to raise their hands, we will give them to answer that question. Because I think, Christine, we struggled with the numbers. So maybe, Rona, if you can ask a question.
Okay, and you will monitor, you guys will monitor who has, yeah. Okay, I think,
I leave it to you and Christine.
Okay, I think, what question would be a fair question to ask? Okay. What did SANRAL do to include a broader group of students from all institutions?
Okay, and Paul Rapule was the first person with their hand up. Paul, do you want to unmute yourself and tell us what you think?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, what SANRAL has done, they've extended beyond civil engineering only to TVETs and University of Technologies in terms of their bursary packages. they can now fund TVET colleges, like students in TVET colleges and University of Technologies.
That is correct.
Correct.
100% correct, yes.
And Paul, you were very quick off the mark there and right answer. So that goes to you. Well done.
So thank you, Christine. We will be in contact with the students. And thank you, Rona. And we still got two more at the end of the session, Christine. So that's the last one from Eskom. So I hand over to you, Christine. Thank you, Rona.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks, Rona. So guys, don't go anywhere. There are still more opportunities for a lucky draw. The next presentation is from the National Research Foundation, NRF. That's the intermediary agency between the policies and strategies of the government of South Africa and South Africa's research institutions. So it was established in April 1999. It's an autonomous statutory body in accordance with the National Research Foundation Act. Its mandate is to promote and support research through funding, human resource development, and the provision of the necessary research facilities. So I'm sure we're all familiar. And Zodwe, I see you here, so take it away.
Thank you very much, Christine. And thank you to Lina and team for providing us this opportunity to be part of the wonderful symposium. While I wait for my presentation to be shared, I'm not alone. I'm with my colleague, Ms. Nozin Ngageto, who will be taking questions on the chat while I go through the presentation. So just to give you a brief overview of what my presentation will be about, I'll firstly just run through the NRF mandate. Next slide, please. I'll run through the NRF mandate and then go through this postgraduate scholarships that we offer. So we'll go through the eligibility criteria, period of support, the scholarship allowances, the application process, and finally, how you can complete your applications and submit them to us. So the NRF is an independent government agency which is mandated to promote and support research through funding, human capacity development, and the provision of necessary infrastructures. So to go through the postgraduate funding that we offer, firstly, we offer an honors scholarship. Next slide, please. Next one. Thank you. We offer honors scholarship. So basic requirements under the scholarship is that we offer it to only South African citizens and permanent residents, not international and South African citizens. And the applicants needs to be 28 years of age or younger by 31 December of the year of application. They are also required to obtain a minimum average mark of 65% for major subjects in their final year. Next slide. Next one is master's scholarship. So for this one, it is available to South African and non-South African citizens, but applicants must be 30 years or younger by December of the year of application. They are also required to obtain a minimum average mark of 65% for subjects at honors level. And thirdly, it's the doctoral scholarship. So similar to master's scholarship. So this one is also available for South African citizens and non-South African citizens. Applicants must be 32 years of age or younger in the year of application for them to be eligible for scholarship. And secondly, they need to obtain a minimum average mark of 65% for a master's degree. And then we offer master's and extension funding. So this is master's and doctoral extension funding, sorry. So this funding is for students that are currently funded by the NRF, but were not able to complete their scholarship on record time, their degrees on record time. So if you were awarded a master's scholarship for 2 years, but you could not finish your study in that 2 years, you're eligible to apply for extension. Similarly to doctoral, if you are awarded for the funded period and you couldn't complete your doctoral study at that time, the required time, you are eligible to apply for extension funding. So this funding is granted for, no, previous slide, sorry. This funding is granted for a period of 6 to 12 months. And then applicants, like I already mentioned, who are applying for the scholarship need to be current grant holders of the NRF scholarship. So if you don't have an NRF scholarship, you can't apply for extension funding. Also, your application has to be supported by a supervisor for it to be considered. Next slide. So the period of support for honors, we offer funding for 1 year, master's is 2 years, doctoral is 3 years. For students who upgraded their master's degree to a doctoral, funding period is 4 years. And then, like I already mentioned, extension support is 6 to 12 months. And then the scholarship values, we have 2 types of funding for the scholarships. We have what we call full cost of study and partial cost of study. So full cost of study, we award to students based on the outcome of your means test, your academic achievement, or your disability status. So the full cost of study will give to students who are financially needy. So this is done through a means test. And we consider those students who obtain, who have a combined family income of 350K per annum as financially needy, or academic achievers. So these are students who obtain an average mark of 75% or more from their previous degree. And lastly, we provide the full cost of study to students who live with a disability. So the full cost of study funding will cover your living and transport allowance, your food allowance, accommodation, tuition fees, an electronic study device, and for students who live with a disability, an assistive technology device. And then we have partial cost of study. So partial cost of study will be for students who are deemed to not be financially needy. So these will be students who have a combined family income that is more than 350K per annum, and students who obtained an average mark of 65%, but less than 75%, and then international students. So partial cost of study will only cover your accommodation and tuition fees. Next slide. So the application process for scholarship is all our applications are submitted on the NRF website, that's one. And also on the website, we have call documents which will address the application requirements, the step-by-step instructions on how you must complete your application. We have the frequently asked questions document that you can go through if you have questions on, how to maneuver the application. And then what I need to mention as well, which is important, is that our calls open in April of every year. And then for masters and doctoral, institutions are given until mid-October to submit applications to the NRF. And then for honors level, they're given until mid-December to submit applications to the NRF. And I say institutions are given these dates because how we run our process is that universities set their own internal closing dates for applicants to submit applications. So this allows time for the postgraduate officers to review their applications before they can be sent through to us. I'm not sure, with masters and doctoral, obviously the call is closed because institutions had the cutoff date of mid-August. For honors, institutions have mid-December to submit applications to us. So if you are interested in applying, you can contact the UKZN postgraduate office and find out if the call is still opened or their internal closing date has passed. And okay, I think I've went through this. These are the call documents that we have on the NRF website. You can go through the documents before you put in your application online or if you need more information. And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you, Christine. I hope I managed to do the 7 minutes. Thank you.
You did perfect, Zodwa. I see that Nazine has been working hard in the chat and answering some questions. There was a question about calls for the 2022 Masters funding. If you're a current NRF honours holder, is the call for Masters closed? I don't know if you know.
Yes, so our calls are opened around the same time for either current grant holders or new applicants. So like I mentioned, for masters and doctoral, the call closed in mid-August and the next one will open in April, but that will be for funding in 2023.
Yeah, okay. All right, everyone. So that's that gives you the dates from April next year to keep a lookout for those calls. Another question from Tuko, is it compulsory to be unemployed in order to receive NRF funding?
Unfortunately, yes. We don't offer scholarship to full-time employed students, but you are allowed to take up part-time employment, and that should be, you should be working not more than 12 hours per week.
Okay. And then if someone has missed the deadline for NRA funding for next year, if they apply for the following year, would they still qualify for FCS?
Yes, they will, but that they will have to meet their requirements like age and their academic achievement.
Okay, great. I think that Nazine has got the other questions answered. Okay, last question. How long does it take for NRA to respond to applications?
So for masters and doctoral, the call closes in August, and then we announce on the NRF website outcomes between December and January. For honors, which closes in mid-December, announcement of outcomes begin at the end of January. The following year.
Thanks, Odwa. There are questions in the chat for if you could share contact details where students can get more information if you're happy to do that. But thank you for your presentation. Always great to hear from the NRF, who obviously has a very key relationship with universities in South Africa. So we'll move on to our final presentation, and don't forget that there is a lucky draw after this. There are Eskom-sponsored prizes. So Eskom is our final presenter. We'll hear from Nhlanhla, and Eskom, as many of you will know, is a state-owned energy company that generates, transmits, and distributes electricity to approximately 90% customers in South Africa and around 40% of customers in Africa. So the energy plant mix includes peaking power stations like Ngula. Ngula Power Station is the 19th largest pump storage scheme in the world, generating 1,332 megawatts of electricity. It's the third power station to exist within a proclaimed nature reserve in Eskom, making it a magnificent, environmentally pristine, and yet technologically advanced facility. So Nhlanhla is going to tell us more about that. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nhlanhla, as mentioned. I'm going to be taking you through a presentation, which is basically for raising awareness, just so you get to know the kind of infrastructure that Eskom has in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal and Free State. So this presentation is a very lengthy presentation, and I'm not going to go through every single detail of this presentation. I am going just to give you a highlight. Have I been given control to move the slides, Becky? No, I don't. Okay. You have given me control. Okay, so as mentioned, my name is Nhlanhla. I work from a visitor center in Eskom, situated outside of Ladysmith. This facility opens an opportunity for all stakeholders who have an interest in getting to know Eskom to come through, so that we give them an experience of what it is like to see a power station in action. So we provide an opportunity to universities as well. We've had a long-standing relationship with the University of KZN, with students coming through to view our station because it enhances the knowledge that they are accumulating at the university. So basically, we would give you more information about Eskom as a business in terms of what we do across the country. We are a state-owned entity, and we provide electricity to approximately 95% of the customers in the country. Now, Eskom fleet includes power stations that are baseload stations, which are your coal stations, as well as the nuclear, the only nuclear station which is in Cape Town. And then we have peaking stations that includes hydroelectrics and hydro pump storage schemes, open gas cycle turbine stations, as well as a pilot of our solar as well as wind facilities. So I am from a hydro pump storage scheme named Ngula. And when you come to our center, we give you an experience, or actually let you know how a pump storage scheme works, because it operates differently from a hydroelectric, because in a hydroelectric system, the water that is used from the dams runs to the river system. In the pump storage scheme, as reflected in the schematic in front of you, the water that's used to generate It goes through our shafts and it generates electricity in the powerhouse complex situated underground. And the water that's used is then collected in a dam on the lower side of the escarpment. And then during low demand times, we use the baseload stations to use electricity from them when the demand is low to switch on the same generating unit. And it becomes a reversible pump turbine, which pumps water from this dam to the dam at the top of the escarpment, which readies the system for the next morning's peak. Now, this power station is constructed in the Drakensberg escarpment, literally 60 kilometers from where Ingula is situated. Right across the N3 is where you would find Drakensberg Pump Storage Scheme. So it says a lot about the area in which these power stations are constructed. It's constructed between Free State and KZN, and about 60% of the project is in the KwaZulu-Natal side. Now, I'm not going to go through the facts that you see. I'm assuming that you can just read through them as quickly as you can. And I mean, of course, when you come to visit us, you can get an in-depth presentation on details of the power station, how it was constructed, and how it works. What is important for me to mention as you look at the pictures, maybe just important, you are viewing the dam situated at the upper side of the escarpment. So as I move down the slides, it's just basically showing you the direction in which the water flows to generate electricity for us. So while I am showing you these pictures, it is important for me to mention that the power station is a minefield of different aspects of education that starts from the level of primary school. So our facility opens that window for people to be able to come through and get the experience of seeing what they learn in the classroom in operation at the power station. We have had students coming from the University of KZN who have conducted research for their own study purposes, but also for our benefit as well. So what I will also mention is the fact that we are a nature reserve. So our scope of providing information about engineering activities that are taking place is not limited to that. It is also open to environmental studies. We are managing the nature reserve via a partnership between Eskom, BirdLife South Africa, as well as the Middle Pond Wetlands Trust. And this body ensures that beginning of construction, that there is minimal impact to the environment. And even now with the management of the nature reserve, it still monitors and we ensure that we enhance the environment on the outside while we are ensuring that we are generating electricity on the outside. So encouraging students to get in touch with us. At the moment, because of the COVID, we are closed in terms of visits, but we do offer presentations. For example, I have done a lecture replacement with the civil engineering class in UKZN Durban. And we were able to replace it with giving information with all the civil work that took place during construction of the power station and all the maintenance that is taking place at this point. And also, we can do on-site presentation given the comfort that all COVID-19 protocols would be adhered to. So we are available to actually go out to institutions to do those presentations. So very important for your benefit today is that Eskom is available to provide you with the information that you require to enhance your learning. And also the wider Eskom, there are opportunities. Please ensure that you track the Eskom website and make sure that you get all the information you require in terms of application dates, if you require a bursary application, for example. So I'm not going to go any further just to allow a bit of time of engagement because I know that we've run out of time. And then I will also leave my contact details. If there's any more information that you would require, you are more than welcome to contact me. If somebody can just assist me with putting my email address on the chat, and people can send me emails and they can contact me. But other than that, I'm not going to go through the information on here. It's very in-depth and very interesting. I might also get carried away and say more than I should, Christine. So I will end it at that at the moment and take questions if there are any.
Awesome. Thanks, Nhlanhla. And Sino, if you could maybe post Nhlanhla's email address in the chat, or Becky, whoever has it on hand, that would be great. Are there any questions? I'm going to throw it out there for people if they want to ask a question live. Anyone have a question for Nhlanhla? Okay, in the chat box, Natasha asks, when do graduate programs commence and for what fields are these offered?
I will not have all the dates on hand, but as I mentioned, that it's open to many fields of study. I mean, for a power station to come together, a lot of people come with different expertise in terms of geologists, cost engineers, civil engineers, control instrumentation engineers. So there are many fields that you can tap on, but I would encourage them to check on the website in terms of dates. Or send me an email. I can get somebody to contact you in terms of the dates and the application periods.
Great. Adani asks if Eskom is involved in any other renewable energy projects.
Yes, we are. We have just recently completed the Sere wind farm, which generates 100 megawatts of electricity. And there are current studies in terms of using biomass in the ocean and all the other possible renewables to generate electricity. So we have a division called Eskom Innovation. If you can just go to the website. It is also open for contributions. If people have innovative ideas, Eskom welcomes those ideas.
Awesome, thanks. Does Eskom in any way involve software developers or computer scientists?
Yes, we do. We have a division called Eskom Group IT. And I mean, throughout the presentations, I've had the pleasure to listen to the presentations from earlier on. Basically, many organizations, and with the pandemic, we've had to show our strength of survival in the virtual and web world. So, of course, there is opportunity. And just send me an email. I should get somebody appropriate from the group IT section to contact you. I see there's someone doing a PhD.
Yes.
I see someone talking about a PhD in biomass. Please send me an email. I'll refer you to our innovation department. And I'm confident that they will be willing to assist you or give you any information that you need.
And two more quick questions, and then we'll wrap it up. Lena has put the email address in the chat there. So the questions were, Sanele asked if you absorb land surveyors at any of your sites. And then the second question is if you have any vacation work opportunities, for example, for engineering students.
That is a very difficult one to answer right now because of the conditions of the organization itself in terms of absorbing new employees. But I did notice activities on our careers websites recently, which accommodates and is inclusive of external people. So please check regularly on the site. And of course, we have power stations that are currently under construction towards completion, and we definitely have more that will be constructed. There are different talks at different levels. So obviously, land surveying is one of the critical roles in that part. So please make sure that you regularly check our website and when the window opens. The unfortunate thing, it requires vigilant and to take the enthusiastic action in terms of acquiring and checking the availability, because it's difficult for me to say now this will be advertised at this time and closed at this time. So please, I encourage you to check our website regularly. Thank you.
Great. I'm going to, Cornelia also asked about internships for environmental science graduates, but I think the same applies to check the website and which fields are being recruited for that internship program. Great.
Absolutely.
So Eskom has also sponsored prizes. Thank you so much, Nonhlanhla. So before you
I just want to quickly say thank you for giving us an opportunity, and all the best to all the students with their work.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Nonhlanhla. Lena, we've got the last draw of the prizes sponsored by Eskom.
Thank you.
So if you want to ask for numbers.
No, thank you. Nonhlanhla, don't leave. So thank you, Christine. Becky, can you locate Nishi Hariprasad? She's also an Eskom person. And both Nishi and Nonhlanhla have contributed towards the lucky draws today. It's Nishi Hariprasad. So Nonhlanhla, you can show your face. We want you to ask. So Christine, I want both of them to ask a question about Eskom. So Nonhlanhla will be one question, and Nishi Hariprasad will be the second. And like what we did with SANRAL, the first person to answer the question correctly with their hands raised will win the prize. But Nonhlanhla must decide if the answer is correct. Nishi will decide whether the answer is correct. So I'll hand it over to you, Christine.
Great. Okay. Nonhlanhla, do you have a question ready?
Yes, and I would like for somebody to tell me how many megawatts did we say Ingula is able to generate, and what type of power station it is.
Sanele is the first one with his hand up. Sanele Mkonazi. Okay, let's unmute you.
So Christine, sorry, 1 second.
Yes.
Makwazi has actually won a prize in another draw. So he actually doesn't qualify for this prize. Sorry, Sanele. So can we
Yes,
ask
hello.
the next
You said,
person?
I think it's 447 megawatts.
Okay, it was wrong.
Okay, our next person is Nangamso Dunga. So you have a chance. Hope I said that right.
Hello.
What is your answer? Yes, hi, we can hear you.
About 1,300 megawatts.
Nonhlanhla, is that right?
That's correct. It's 1,332.
Wow.
So that is technically correct.
Great. So Nangamso, well done. Congratulations. What does she win, Lena?
It's a goodie bag from Eskom. It's got a whole lot of goodies in it.
Great. So Nishi, you have a question for us.
Good day. I hope you can hear me.
We can, thank you.
So what my question is, and I'm hoping that we don't get any stones thrown at us, but what is a power generator?
Okay, Tobeka was the first one with a hand up, so I'm going to get you to unmute and answer the question. Tobeka. Here we go.
Hello, good day, everyone.
We can hear you.
A basic answer from me would be a power generator is a device that is used to generate electricity, changing it from the mechanical energy to electrical energy.
Nishi, are you gonna?
That's correct, 100%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well done, Tavega. You are our second winner of this award, of this prize, Lucky Draw. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. If you didn't get an award and you feel hard done by, you will have another opportunity tomorrow. So as you know, the Postgraduate Research and Innovation Symposium is a 2-day affair, and it continues tomorrow. There's a great memorial lecture happening in the morning. And then the closing session is at 2:30. So there will be more lucky draws there. Again, the same terms and conditions apply. You need to be present in the session to be eligible. So some of the amazing things that are going up for grabs, I'm just going to whet your appetite a little bit. A Smart E power bank and volcano noise cancelling Bluetooth headphones. That's valued at 2,000 Rand. A Samsung Galaxy Tab A7. Gift sets with Bluetooth speakers, headsets, and wireless chargers. Another tablet. More calculators, Casio scientific calculators. There are a whole bunch of vouchers. There is an HP 8GB notebook. There are 3 of those up for grabs that are sponsored by SANRAL as well. And Zoom's got some, 2 by SANRAL, 1 by Zoom, Bluetooth speakers. There's a whole bunch of awesome stuff. So make sure that you are in that meeting tomorrow. If you need details for tomorrow's event, the program, the links, everything you need is up on the PRIS website. That's pris.ukzn.ac.za. So shame Nosipo. I hope you also win something tomorrow. So for tomorrow's seminar, you will probably need to register for a different meeting. That's in answer to one of the questions in the chat, Simon. And then also please note the Eskom email address is in the chat box. So just make sure you are registered tomorrow. You've got plenty of time, and then we'd love to see you for as much of tomorrow's proceedings as you can make, because we've got students who've worked very hard on their research who are giving flash presentations from our 5 schools. So and then we've got a memorial lecture in the morning for one of South Africa's sanitation legends who passed away earlier this year. So it's going to be a great day. And of course, there are going to be lucky draws in the afternoon. So you want to be there. So the closing session from 2:30, but you can join us from the morning from 9. So that is it from me, I think. Lena might have something to add. And if anyone has any questions, the chat box is still open. Lena's there.
Just one last thing, Christine. Thank you so much. Becky is going to disable the security features. So he wants to take a screenshot. So if he'll give everyone an opportunity to shout out or to show their video, so he can actually take a screenshot.
Great. All right, everybody. I hope you got the message. If you could now turn your camera on, turn your sound on if you're happy to be captured in the screenshot, and give us a shout out. So I'm going to count us down, and then you can, if you would like to clap or if you would like to shout, go for it, depending on where you are. So 3, 2, 1, camera faces.
The video doesn't allow video to be on.
Thank you to all the winners.
Hello, it's nice to see everyone's faces. Thank you for joining. And Nasi for bringing us from a car. Great, everybody. Thank you so much. Thank you for showing your faces. Thank you for hanging with us while things were going a bit over time. And we will see you tomorrow. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Let's be done now.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Bye. See you later.
Goodbye.
Lack of exercise and weight also
they have a chance, or their chances of getting type 2 diabetes significantly increased compared to people in the population that do not have diabetes. This weight gain associated, or there's also weight gain associated with the development of type 2 diabetes in HIV positive patients that are using drugs. So, for example, if you look at the graph at the bottom of these studies, where you look at, they were looking at people that are HIV positive and